No, I don't really want to discuss this one on the topic of generative AI on live.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm positive.
Oh, the T1 Gen G game is up next.
I would much rather continue to make my dinner. I have a ham steak and some raviolis.
Ravioli. Give me
Ravioli.
the formioli.
Yes.
You're not wrong. But Kat, did you see the Battle Pass preview for Marvel Rivals? No, it's better. It's Venom Jeff.
Oh. Because I saw Punisher's getting his swimsuit.
So it looks like the two themes are Phoenix and Venom on the Battle Pass.
What was coming out?
I assume the villain from this
Jean Grey
arc
the
is
Phoenix?
also.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, are we getting Phoenix or Jean Grey Phoenix? Because there is a difference. So just Phoenix, not Jean Grey. Okay.
Yeah, well, so what it is, seems like it's Jean Grey with the Phoenix beside her, and then their abilities occasionally conjoin.
Yeah.
But it's her power set is mostly based off the Phoenix rather than her own telepathic abilities.
Yeah. Fire focus.
Basically, it's what Johnny should have been. So rip him.
How have we not got Cyclops yet, though? Cyclops is perfect for this game.
Cyclops
They're saving him for later.
A little bitch.
Because he'd be OP.
All he does is shoot laser beams.
Yeah. They're not even lasers. They're quite literally extra-dimensional physical kinetic blasts. You are literally pulling like physical energy from a different plane and punching someone with it.
Infinite amounts of.
It actually does not produce energy.
The Harco village, did you find the swatches?
Swatches? There's like which swatches are you trying to get?
Anything?
So there's vendor in the middle with across from the sand vendor. Yes, they are.
Yeah, the first two guys are like, I don't trade with the tradies, traitors. Get away from me.
Yes.
There's also a Spider-Man emote that pairs perfectly with the tweaking Venom.
It's awesome.
What is?
It might be, but it pairs perfectly with twerking Venom. But there is a white and gold Emma Frost that looks fantastic.
I need to go rewatch the classic Sam Raimi trilogy.
Was that the PvP one, or is that a different one?
Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, it was the same.
Oh yeah, it is the bully dance where he's just like he's gyrating with his hands above his head and clapping occasionally.
Yeah,
it's in the video.
So stupid. So stupid.
Okay, so you do need rank 4 for all of it. That's unfortunate.
You can get some like light armor swatch or something at 3, I think.
He's looking for ornithopters.
Oh, the coppers, yeah. Yeah, the thopters are 4.
Okay, you.
It's the Venom arc.
That's what I'm going to be working on today if you want to do quest with me.
Yeah, give me a second.
Au revoir.
Bye. Have fun, Door Pants.
では前に出ます。
Hello, chat. Just finished 120ing Ace. Nice, congratulations. Where's my plug? I just got done eating. I cooked myself some salmon and some asparagus today. It was fantastic. Did the salmon in a soy, ginger, lime juice, garlic, and brown sugar sauce. And let me grab you guys today's sauce. I just got the tweet live. Do me the favor, go give that some love. Okay, I think we're good to go. Again, apologies for the late start here. But I hope everybody's doing good. We did get the Aniplex discussion video out today, so do me the favor, go give that some love. And here is today's artwork. Go give the artist some love. It is yet another Artoria and Warhammer mashup, which I love them. They're always fantastic. Again, hope everyone's doing a good one. Today is pretty chill now. Offbeat, they give it the 14. I see a dark angle. I mean angel. Let's go, Maid Salter. Yeah. Won't be 120ing my ace until Bond 14 or Bond 11 in a year. My advice, go ahead and start now. Banning me for tonight. He's learning. He fits it as a Dark Angel, especially with the Primarch being the lion. Yeah. Coins is his issue? No, I get that, but you can still go as far as you need to on coins. What's your thoughts on the YouTube update that demonetizes AI content? I guess that really depends on the context. I think a blanket rule demonetizing AI content is bad. I don't think that's good. I would disagree with that. I think if I hold myself to the same standard that I hold myself on normal art, I don't like people trying to monetize AI art, right? But I think it's a little bit different with content creation. If you are just doing some sort of AI generation to like create a meme or like a funny scenario, I feel like the content that's there is the funny scenario. You just, AI art was the mechanism that you used to deliver it. So to me, it's like, I don't really care what the mechanism is. And another example of this, and it's, at least to me, it's pretty obvious that it's using AI. No way. Yeah, here we go. So it's Corridor. Corridor Digital has a like thing that's, to me, it's totally made with AI. This came out like years ago. And you'll notice it like the more you see stuff, it's just a bunch of like animated images type deal, and they maybe like drew over it or like enhanced it some on their own. But like, to me, this is absolutely made with AI. And like for instance, you could see it like right here. Like, look at like the details that are smudgy and stuff. It's like, it's AI. Okay, this is hilarious. I love this, and to me, this doesn't like take away from any individual artist. This is just them doing their own stupid series. Junkin Anime, yeah, this is the anime rock paper scissors. It's absolutely fantastic. You wouldn't think there could be like an actual anime made about this, but they do a great job. And you can see, like, look at the jank. It's obviously AI, right? But I don't know. To me, I'm always somebody that like I consume like media with usually a more open mind. I'm gonna like judge it based off of its merits and whether or not I think it's worth. I don't feel like anything like this is necessarily harming anyone, other than I guess like they used AI and so therefore they didn't hire like an animator, right? I think that's a fair criticism. However, I would argue they simply never would have made this if not for AI. It's probably the case that Corridor doesn't necessarily have the budget to sit here and be like, I'm going to animate an entire 7-minute like video of rock, paper, scissors, right? So they have like a cool but stupid and hilarious concept, and it works. And it's like, should this be demonetized? I'm like, no, I don't really think so. I don't think this is that bad. I don't think this is hurting anybody. I think if you're using AI to just specifically mimic other people's stuff, yeah, that should be. I think if you're using AI to like, you know, lift someone else's style, and that's all you're doing is like, hey, I'm going to do the exact same thing as you, but I'm AI. No, like that shouldn't be monetizable. But in the same way that like you copying somebody else really shouldn't be either, in my opinion. I understand that sort of thing is difficult. Where the line is tough. I can understand why they would make such a decision, but I don't necessarily agree with it. In my opinion, what I think they should do is, I think if they're not going to allow AI stuff to be monetized normally, what they should probably do is they should probably allow for some sort of like appeal process where you can submit it and say, hey, can I please have this monetized? I haven't like violated this, or this type of term. That would be better, but that's absolutely something YouTube's not going to do, because the entire premise around YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, all of social media is that social media is way too big and way too active for anybody to actively like maintain control of. So everything has to be automated. And hilariously enough, automated with AI. So the reason this is a problem is YouTube should not be allowed to make any money off of us anymore. YouTube should not be allowed to collect ad revenue if they use AI to police all of our videos. And it's the truth. They can't pay anyone to hire it. They were the earliest abuser of it. So them dictating to other people what can and can't be done with AI is the most hypocritical bullshit thing ever, right? Like, and that's, you know, me just trying to be and have a normal take on this, just trying to be sane and look at this. It's like, it's kind of ironic that out of everybody, YouTube, who was one of the first people to really go like, hey, we're way too monolithic. We can't handle the insane growth of our platform. Therefore, we're going to use AI to automate so much of the process. And it's like, I'm sorry, if that's the case, then you shouldn't be able to demonetize us for using AI, right? So I'm gonna actually side with the AI people on that one. I think like that's the sort of thing where, even though like for general purpose like art on like Twitter and stuff like that. Now, I'll say this, with regards to like normal artwork, I have no problem with AI art as long as someone's not trying to monetize it. The second someone's trying to monetize, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, like, you used AI art, it's made from a model that's straight up like lifted off of some other artist or a blend of like 4 to 5 other artists that you're doing. you know what you're doing. You know you're copying by doing it. I think that's stupid, right? And to a degree, it's like, yeah, did they probably do it for something like this? Probably. This is probably based off of somebody's style or a combination of them. I'm just going to say, it's like, at the end of the day, to me, this is what qualifies in my mind, like in the same way as like, hey, you can't do these certain things because of copyright. Well, there's the fair use principle, and the idea of the fair use principle is usually that a work has to be transformative. I would argue something like this is transformative. This is done in so much of a different way that, like, this is not derivative of somebody else's stuff, right? So at that point, I think that's fine. I think when you look at most other AI art, it's not transformative at all. They just changed who the characters were. And in so many cases that they straight up use an existing image as the, like, model for it. So I think there's a lot more of lines of morality when it comes to, like, AI art generation and trying to profit off of that, as opposed to more content creation and trying to make something different and transformative out of it. I think content creation by nature usually is transformative, though there's definitely instances of that, like, say, with React videos. We've had yet another React gate where it seems like this is not going to be a good thing for a lot of people because they react to videos basically just by sitting there and not actually doing anything. That's not good. It's like, it's okay to watch along with a video, but you should provide your 2 cents every now and then. You should critique it. You should analyze it. You should give it an anecdote of your own type of deal. If you're just literally gonna, like, go AFK while the video is playing, there's no point. You're not transforming it at all. Ghibli art exploded this year? Yeah. And it was the content creator singing an excerpt of the song in question. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? So much of YouTube and its own services are AI automated that, to me, it's like, I'm sorry, then YouTube should not be allowed to weigh in on this particular issue. Like, YouTube should just allow it. And it's like, oh, well, we're getting pressure to do something about it. It's like, that's cool, YouTube. You already were using AI to do something about a lot of this. And you'll use AI, ironically enough, to police it. So, it is what it is. Grand Lancer fight, she gives herself 70% damage. Yes, I'm aware. That is the entire point of me using her beyond just general waifu status, and that's why I'm using her here, right? North Carolina weather acting like Florida weather, understandable. It's all good. Stay safe. Videos get demonetized all the time, but it's not like pub aren't done over them anyway afterward, even if they had copyright strike on them for technically YouTube used copyright content to make money. They don't give anything back to the original author themselves. Yes, I almost in every issue would side against a platform trying to crack down on people. In almost every issue, chat. One, because in general I do believe in freedom of speech and freedom of expression. But 2, in the sense that unless you can actually, like, sit there and say, hey, this is, like, directly harmful. So it's like, this is something that, like, normal people would judge as vulgar and something that should not be viewed by the general populace. So things like suicide, drug overdoses, terrorist attacks in progress and stuff. It's like, that sort of stuff I totally understand if they want to be limited. But, like, unless to me it's one of those types of issues, I really don't care, and I don't think anybody should really be limiting anybody else, because I'm somebody that at least does believe that, like, at the end of the day, the right idea will win out, and that really you can't stop an idea. You can try to censor it all you want, but an idea will eventually, like, rise to the top sort of deal, even if you try to bury it. So the idea being that the better ideas should win out in the end, though there's definitely, you know, debate that can happen on certain things and that can change people's mind. But I'm going to say at the end of the day, it's like, the more you try to like cover and squash stuff, the worse it usually gets. And it has, again, like we've talked about this plenty of times, but like the Streisand effect, it's like the more you try to stamp something out, the more it is going to magnify it, the more it's going to make a bigger issue out of it. We were just talking about that yesterday with the Stop Killing Games initiative. So I think like it is what it is, and this sort of thing is going to be one of those deals where I don't like it. I'm not going to like say this to like piss anybody off. I'm somebody that's very pro artist, and I don't really to myself use AI. I think the only thing that occasionally does get done with AI, and I'll just be completely transparent here, is a lot of our thumbnail images we AI upscale, but that's more just because they look really bad in a small format otherwise. But that's, I think, the only time we ever really use AI on anything that we do. And besides that, I'm going to say that, like, in general, I'm pretty anti-AI for most things. That being said, that's mostly because I believe in human ingenuity and stuff. That being said, I don't really necessarily see the big problem with letting people use AI as long as it's done responsibly and as long as it's not done in a hurtful or harmful way to the original creators and authors. But I can also see and understand the statement that there's sort of the flip side argument of like, oh, people have been like bad to people, and that's one of the reasons that people do turn to AI. Now, with all that being said, like I said, I'm generally an anti-AI person. So to me, I'm going to go ahead and say that while I side with artists, I also think AI art and like the profligation of it is inevitable. I think you can try to stop it all you want. You are literally just trying to put a lasso on a rampaging bull. You're going to need way more lassos if you ever want to tie that sucker down, and I really don't think you can. It's not going to stop the bull from raging. So at the end of the day, to me, I think this is kind of a foregone conclusion. I think AI is here to stay. I think it is, to a degree, the future. And I think what is on us is not to try to stamp it out, but rather to try to maybe curtail it and control it a little bit better. I think as human beings, we should be trying to come up with limitations that need to be placed on it, both legally and ethically, to try to, stop, let's say murder bots from becoming a thing, or to try to stop it from being used for nefarious purposes that could ultimately harm humanity. Should abusive videos be monetized? No. No, I don't believe so. I don't think that's a freedom of expression issue. I think, and I'll always say this, right? My firm belief is that your rights are your rights, right? Like, but they end where they begin to infringe upon my rights. So it's like, if you are like beating somebody or harming somebody, it's like, no, that you don't have a right to like do that sort of thing. That's basically, again, in a lot of places, that's literally just a crime. So it is what it is. Like, should that be monetizable? No, I, in general, don't think crimes should be monetizable, particularly violent ones. Won first prize in an art contest, and it was because it was super detailed, and it turns out it was made with AI. Yep. I've told you guys before, just being fully transparent, that the reason I stopped doing art contests was because of AI. I consider myself an excellent judge of AI, and the reason I say this is I can spot it in so many artists' work. Whether or not you guys realize it, I could probably pick out, if you were to give me a list of 10 prominent artists in the FGO like category, like they constantly draw FGO artwork, I could point out to you 5 AI artists. And you wouldn't even believe me when I told you, but it's there. It is absolutely there. Some artists are legitimately artistically talented. Others straight up are going to be people that are going to like try to cut corners. So they're going to like use AI art to like trace over an image. And so they'll let the image generate and then they'll try to fix problems with it. And then others are just straight up AI. And like it's good enough AI that your average person can't seem to tell. But yeah, that's, like I said, that was one of the reasons I stopped doing it. I just determined it's like, hey, this isn't going to go well for me. What am I doing? I don't need to do any of that. No rotate. Got 2 Summer Ushis and a Tyra and a John, and 3 multis. On what? On the current NA banner? Is Made Alter good? Damage-wise, yes. Kit-wise, a little bit something to be desired, but... And yes, even at MP1. Made Alter is, ironically enough, a lot of MP1 units you could just straight up say, like, hey, the like welfare might be better than them. Made Alter is one of the few that like you can't just straight up say it, though some people would. Some people would be ignorant to that sort of thing. But Made Alter has the ability to do reloaded memes, which allows her to amplify her damage a lot stronger than some of the welfares can even handle. Her biggest issue is that, like, let's say we're comparing her to like Kentucky, right? Kentucky's got charge, and Kentucky still has really good card performance. So it's one of those deals where it's like, if for one-shot damage, yeah, Made Alter's going to win. For ability to continue doing damage, yeah, that one's a little bit more in Kentucky's favor. Though I think a lot of people probably overlook Made Alter's actual card performance as well. Hers is fairly solid. Let's not do that yet. Do that. Just bonk. Thank you. Yep, go for it. It took me 6 months and able to learn Cat's art style so I could manage the new account thumbnails. Still hasn't learned my art style, but honest to God, like OKS is doing a fantastic job with the thumbnails. Think Vitra will get a buff at the end of this event. I think it's hilarious that they have given Vitra a costume and not a buff. I think they're aware. Whether or not they're going to do it is going to remain to be seen. There's some rumors that Vitra could be Grand Lancer coming up here, and that might be the catalyst, but we'll just have to see. Like, I think this is one of those deals where it's like, be patient. Let's see when everything comes and goes, whether or not, like, this is all there really is, right? If they don't do anything else for Vitra, then yeah, it's travesty, and they absolutely should be doing stuff. But if they do, then I think we can just say, okay, it was much ado about nothing. Costume is just a recolor for A32. I mean, I'll take it. At that point, even just a recolor is welcome. Better than nothing, right? When is Doman banner coming on an A? I'd have to look at the rotation. My headset glitched out. There we go. Oh yeah, Doman's not part of the upcoming rotation. So what are you referring to? Just like when is Doman's next banner? Is he during summer? He may be. I'd have to check. Arctic Summer World, Lucky Bag, Ordeal Call Campaign Part 2. So September. Is when it looks like he's next. Could have sworn it was that summer, my bad. Oh, it's all good. He has a habit of being summer. I wouldn't even say that. It's just he literally has been at summer the past 2 years, which I'm going to be honest with you guys, was a fucking mistake. Like, that was such a missed opportunity that they did him 2 years in a row. I get it, but at the same time, I'm just like, hey, that could have been any other male unit that you stuffed in there. So I understand Doman's a popular character, but to me, it's like, no, don't do the same characters twice in a row. Has this summer, yeah. Chat, we're doing okay. Still not great here, but goal is pretty much to get to like 90,000 there, which would be about 150. He's a really shady mage. So is Merlin. I mean, to be fair, Merlin's also already been summer, right? Finally got Ace after pity. Oof. Well, at least there was pity, right? Besides the snake one? I take it you liked Snake Mommy? I won't at all be surprised if Snake Mommy comes back as an actual unit. She was one of those, like, hey, she's way too popular that, like, I think they'd be idiots not to. I'm literally just going to alternate the Mighty Chain here, and sure enough, just enough. On a good RNG crit roll, that just kills. On a bad RNG crit roll, it doesn't. Poe's dislike of Merlin makes him shady? No, I mean, Merlin is shady. World's scummiest mage, remember, chat? There's a reason he's called that. A new Medea servant 5-star, please. Medea is always the one that everyone goes like, well, unfortunately the VA died, and that's it. Like, it sucks, right? Like, I don't think anybody has anything good to say about that. Just it's one of those deals where we'll just have to wait and see if they ever want to do anything with Medea again. I'm not going to say it's impossible for them to, but I do think the odds are stacked against it. Hope you're doing good tonight. I am. How you doing, Orion? Just read there's a live action solo leveling in production at Netflix. The true badge of honor. When you become so good that Netflix tries to make a live action version of you. Simply because they can't get normies to watch anime. I actually did read apparently 50% of Netflix users are now watching anime. Which is interesting. I'll give them that. I don't see a Aniplex called arms. It's the one talking about account security. You don't see that? It's my most recent video. Should be live. Chat, did I not send it live? Please tell me I sent it live. Last I checked, it was. It's unlisted. What the fuck? How? That's my bad, chat. God damn it. Like, it literally has comments from people on it and views, so... But I assume that's because when a thing is unlisted, it can be seen if it's part of a playlist. Also because I put the link out there on Twitter, so now I know 44 of you guys clicked my link on Twitter. Nobody else did, though. But it's live now if you guys want to watch it. You know what? No. I was going to say, we could watch party it, but Unfortunately, I feel like if we watch party it, people don't actually go on to watch it. That has been the sad and unfortunate nature of things. Oh, because the rest of Netflix shows suck. Yeah, I mean, I think like people are watching anime on Netflix for a couple of reasons. One, they just naturally like anime. Two, there's nothing else to watch. Because like Netflix is like, oh yeah, and of the 50% that watch anime, 90% of them watch it in dub. And I'm like, of course they do, because it's a bunch of fucking normies. Like, that doesn't make the dub good. Doesn't make the dub bad either. But it's like, it is what it is. If honest to God, I'd be willing to bet that if you polled the amount of Netflix people and you asked them, did you know you can change the sub and dub settings? Like that you can change the language of a video. I'd be willing to bet like 70% of the people would just come back and say, you can do that? I didn't know that. It's like they're just watching it at whatever the default is. And I'd be willing to bet the default is dubbed, right? I'm forever a dub hater. I can watch some stuff dubbed, because I did watch dub like way back in the day when stuff was like on Toonami, right? I don't think dub is the worst thing in the world. But in general, I prefer sub, because sub usually gets the inflection and tone right. More so because I grew up on DBZ and Naruto, and it sounds weird with those being subbed to me. Yeah, I totally get that. Like, it's the exact same thing for me with, like, Bleach. And DBZ. Golden age of dubs was early to mid 2000s, like my Soul Leaders, Bleach, and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, back then I feel like the VA industry was very much professional driven, whereas nowadays, like, VAs are dime a dozen, and it feels like everybody and their brother wants to be one. And it feels like at this point that there's not a lot of professionalism in that industry, unfortunately, anymore. It doesn't mean every English VA is bad, but it does feel like there's a whole lot of, like, wannabes. Yeah, I mean, isn't it Cowboy Bebop where the artist is like, yeah, the dub is better? Like the original Japanese artist? No. That's not true. Tell me why it's not true. It was a mistranslation. Ah, interesting. He didn't speak English? Wait, what do you mean? He didn't speak English, so he wouldn't have known. I feel like Ghost Story's English is better only because of how absurd it is. Ghost Story's English translation is literally just not even the same show as the Japanese. So it's like, I don't know what you want at that point, right? Like, of course it's not going to be the same. Ghost Stories is literally an abridged series, pretty much. It is, hey, we're just going to record over the top of this, and we're just going to do whatever the heck we want. So to me, the Ghost Stories English dub is the equivalent of, like, Kung Pao Enter the Fist, where they took splice-ups of old Kung Fu movies and then they just like green screened the main actor on top of the movie, and then they just straight up like dubbed over whatever lines they want. That is pretty similar to how the Ghost Stories like English dub is. And it is one of the greatest pieces of media ever created. Now more than 60% are jackasses who can't do their job and leave politics out of it. The same with localizers. Yeah. In general, people don't want to be preached to, and it's hilarious that like some people still don't get that. I see all the stuff about like, oh, you have the privilege of not having to deal with politics, and I'm like, no, I don't. It's like nobody, unfortunately, has that privilege because you won't let anyone have that privilege. It's like you just won't leave us the fuck alone, man. Oh, there we go. It's the first 4 turn in a while. And that's why, because I just was a dumb and didn't press a button. Isn't it the same they did with Power Rangers fight scenes? I don't know if the Power Ranger stuff is as zany. Because, like, again, when we say whatever they wanted, chat, for the Ghost Stories dub, we mean whatever. Like, they are straight up, like, racist and, like absolutely, like, chauvinistic and stuff in the dub. And to a degree, it's kind of great. Now, I'm not saying racism's good, chat. But I'm saying, like, they just are, like, playing off a whole bunch of, like, stereotypes and tropes. It's basically 90s comedy. So it's like, you're sitting there watching, you're like, what did he say? And you're like, I cannot believe that was a thing that they allowed to get past them. And it's like chat was saying, they were literally just going bankrupt, so they had just allowed whatever. Is anybody still watching The Lazarus Show? I unfortunately have kind of dropped it. Is it like gotten any better? Because I think I've watched like the first like 8 episodes of it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not advocating for racism. It's just what came out of my mouth, right? But yeah, it's like it's them just being stereotypical jackasses to each other and them just like jumping to insane conclusions and stuff. But like to me nowadays, it's like, yes, there are stereotypes out there. I just don't believe that sort of thing is actually that harmful. As long as people understand that it's a stereotype and that they shouldn't just judge everybody by that stereotype. Like the stereotype of white people can't jump. Like, you're welcome to actually believe that, but if you actually think that, I mean, you're going to get proven wrong at some point in your life, right? Like, stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, but it doesn't mean they apply to everybody. As that changes, the old stuff always looks worse using current standards. Yeah, but that's why I just don't care about current standards. I think current standards are shit. Because again, I'm at the same time, like I'm somebody that was just raised to like just treat everybody equally. Like just treat everybody how you yourself would want to be treated. Like don't be a butt, and as long as you're good, you'll be fine. See if we can just crit him down here. God damn it! I needed one more crit there for that to work. Just carting through the lotto here, chat. And a drop for our sins. 47 months, thank you, Hacks. What did I miss? Nothing. Nothing. Don't worry about it. Be kind and others will be kind with you. Yeah. I don't know. It's really weird to me nowadays how like everything keeps leading people to like such insane like tangents and stuff. So like for me, I've always been somebody that just like, I don't really care what you are. I only care how you treat other people. If you treat other people like with kindness, that's all I care about. If you don't, I'm not going to treat you with kindness either. It's just how I am. I don't know why, but like I've always kind of been that way. That like I've told chat before, I'm very much an anti-bully. Like if people are like going after somebody, I start like bullying the person that bullies other people. And I will just always do this, and you can catch me doing it at times, and it doesn't bother me to do it because I'm just like, well, that person kind of deserved it. They were being an ass. So that's just always how I've been. And that definitely makes some people not like me. But it is what it is. I'm like, I didn't need to be liked by that person anyways. What are the daily nodes? Are half AP. Are they worth farming if I need the drops over the normal place? Like, what do you mean? Like, are you talking about like training grounds? Or are you talking about like, hey, I'm gonna go farm embers? Because like embers naturally, like you're not gonna like have a better way of farming them otherwise. So, yeah, I mean, I think like farming half cost ember gathering is really worth. Half cost training grounds, yeah, it could still be worth. Absolutely. Like to a degree. If what you're needing are like statues and skill gems and stuff, and you're just like, you're still in the formative stages of your account, that is still a good farm. Now, if you're trying to get like an ascension material out of the training grounds, no, I don't think that's that good of a farm. Like a specific ascension mat. Because there is some randomness to the way training grounds work now. I do care if you're just a lazy ass. I'm going to treat you that way. I don't really care if someone's lazy unless it starts like impacting me. Like if somebody's like making me all these promises and then they get like stupidly fucking lazy and they don't do what I asked them to, or like they don't do what they promised to do, that does upset me, and I get very angry by that sort of thing because that's just more of a like stick to your word scenario. If you're gonna like make someone a promise, then do it. If you're not gonna like do it, then you better have a good reason for it. And if you don't have a good reason for it, I'm gonna expect you to be like, okay, maybe that's your like one-off like that I'm gonna give you, and you're gonna need to like remedy that really quickly. If you don't, then yeah, I will just forever treat you as like that lazy ass. Just never promise anything, forehead. That's right. Might be spicy, but I think One Piece is overrated. It's a good series, but Toei tries way too hard to make it their priority, and it kind of hurts it. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't agree with that at all. I don't think One Piece is overrated in the slightest. I think One Piece is rated as highly as it is because it is a good story. But I also just am going to say people need to come to grips with the fact that it just may not be a story for them, and that doesn't mean they need to shit on it. This is the same way with me on other things. Bob was trying to get me to watch another anime last night. Now, he maintains the position that the anime that he wants me to watch is not related to the anime that I have sort of said, like, is the reason that I don't want to watch it. Then he says, but the author is the same. And I'm like, okay. Using this as an example, right? I'm not going to watch it because I don't like the way the author writes, based off of other works that I have consumed of the authors. Tons of people love this series. I just assume it's not for me. Doesn't make it bad. It's just not for me. What anime? I knew chat was going to ask this. I will... Yeah, there you go. There's Ash. Sometimes the author can change styles. True. And the only reason I just refuse to give it a chance is because literally I have given the prior work that everyone told me was so great multiple chances. And after multiple tries and multiple people telling me, I've determined that I just don't like it. It's not for me. And as a result, people can't accept that. So it is what it is. Ooh, seeds. But like I said, I think that's one of those deals where it's like, it doesn't make the series bad. It doesn't mean it's like, oh, how dare you like it because I don't. Wow, that's some good timing right there. But it is definitely one of those things where I think like people just have a hard time, I'd say. Oh, wait. We have 2 new rank ups, don't we, chat? The Bradamante one. Yes. Totally forgot we have new ones of these. And I'm totally going to just keep doing the exact same thing I have been. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but yeah, exactly. And that's like, I think unfortunately people are way too polarized in today's day and age where they like, if you're not with me, you're against me type deal. It's like, everybody's got their different tastes. Everybody's got their different preferences. And just because somebody likes something different from you is not the end of the world. But it's also not something that like, you need to be like, oh, okay, well, they like something different from me, then they're shit. It's like, people got to stop drawing lines in the sand a little bit. Class material training grounds are our best monument farming options till we get grand battles. Yes, correct. So, like, if you're asking about, like, on NA, should you be farming training grounds? I think there's a consideration of can you make it to the grand battles? But if you can't, then farm it. Like there's no reason not to, right? It's really good. It's going to help your account. Go for it. If that is what your account needs. I spend more time with the scene paused reading dialogue than enjoying the show. Yes, that is actually one of my major issues with it. I completely agree. But people will tell you it's like, oh, it's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. It's fluff text, yada, yada, yada. So it's like, it is what it is. I don't know, right? Like, it's just one of those deals where that's going to bother some people. It's not going to bother others. Bonk. 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 I picked up Metaphor today. They had it at GameStop for $40. Nice. It's actually a really good deal. Sounds like a genuine skill issue. Like I said, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, this bothers somebody. I really like this series. Now I'm going to get butthurt about the fact that somebody doesn't immediately like and think the greatest about this series that I like. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say the series is bad, but other people will call me bad for not liking the series. It is what it is. I just disregard those takes. They did Elusive Samurai so dirty. Its manga art is genuinely Shonen Jump's strongest art. It's one of the most visually beautiful mangas. I think that sort of thing is just an issue with the anime industry right now. Like, it's tough to like get studios fully on board to like get a complete like rendition of an anime properly done, because so many of the studios are just absolutely like strung out at this point in time. Cat, why isn't Square Enix announcing Final Fantasy 9 Remake Remaster? Tell me why, Cad. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. That was my answer to you, by the way. Think about what that means. Cad, do you trust anyone with fully animating Berserk? No. Why would I? Like, I think, like, right now, nobody should trust any anime studio. They can all, unfortunately, phone something in. But yeah, as to why, like, The only thing I could assume as to like why it's not announced is just not ready, right? Like, one of those things also may be the fact that, like I said before, we all know that Square Enix bet the farm on NFT games and they had to cancel all those projects. So I suspect they lost probably about a year's worth of development time on that stuff. I mean, see the new Fist of the North Star anime trailer? I did. Yeah, I'm not somebody that goes like, oh my god, it's 3D CGI, it's terrible, how dare they? But I will admit that 3D CGI is not high quality. And I think like Fist of the North Star is one of those things where people really wanted it like hand animated again. So it's like I can watch a 3D CGI anime with no problem, but I'm also not going to go into it expecting it to be like top quality if it does. Then Studio Orange begs the difference. Studio Orange has definitely got a lot better in that regard, right? Like I definitely watched the what was it? The Trigun I guess it was like a prequel. Honestly, I didn't care for that much. Like the animation was good. The story was what was kind of like meh to me with that one. I liked OG Trigun story way more. But the actual animation I thought was really good for it. So it's like, it's not that you can't do it. It's that just most of these studios don't. A lot of the time 3D gets turned to as a cost saving measure. And that's where it's like, I think they just go like, okay, hey, this is all we can afford. And that's kind of just what happens. And I think studios are so high in demand, manpower is so limited at this point that they're just kind of turning to that. It's hard and hasn't been explored enough. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The new Trigun was a reboot. Really? Was it? That's interesting, because I did not like it as much. So that's one of those deals where it's like the anime may have taken it at a better angle at that point. I don't know. Seamlessly using CG with 2D to enhance both, sure enough. Yeah, I certainly think it's possible, right? All right, we got that one. Chat wanted me to use Salter's buff. Don't make me remember how to use Salter, chat. I'm joking. Do I have Salter's mana loading? Yes. Let's see. Let's work out the charge real quick in my head. Why is that? There we go. Is it 10 and 20%, isn't it? Isn't that what the buff did? Per enemy, right? %, yes. Okay. So then that's going to make it 20 here. That's going to mean, assuming 3 enemy waves, 60 here, 30 here. Salter gets what, 10% on the back of her NP? Yep. 10% base, so. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. And she's going to get back to it basically as fast as turn 2. But what do we got to do for that to work? Is it 50 here? And then you get it back again here, which this evens things out. Here. 20 here and 50 here. Yeah, I think that's the way it works. So, unfortunately, this is Oberon in the front line, right, chat? Unless I'm misremembering the exact order of operations. Creamy, thank you for the 79. Appreciate it, my dude. How you doing? Yep, nope. All of one Conan's turn 1 plus Oberon skill 1. Yeah, that's exactly. You could also swap him. Oh, true. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's funny, I've worked all of this out years ago, and then now it's like, oh, do it again, even though you haven't been doing it in a long time. And then I have to, like, rework it out in my head. Yoink. Good enough. Good enough. Want to bond Koyan more or Oberon more? Yes. Hey, chat, look, we're on Beacon L Island. All right, let's see. Yeah, the positioning would dictate it. The answer is who I want to bond more is my backline, so the support goes in the front row. And like in premise, this looks really simple, but also keep in mind, this is something you guys have to be aware of with Salter. It gets spicier if you have less units. Salter can handle, I think it's 3 total enemies within the first 2 waves. And I think it's like, it has to be 2 on wave 2, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's 1. I don't know. I'd have to think about it again. But yeah, you can see. So like, basically we're getting 10% per enemy hit. But now we've popped the skill again. So we're getting double that. We're literally getting 10% per enemy hit twice, which is 20% at that point. So literally we're going to refund 70% here. 10% off of our NP, 60% from that skill. And this actually makes it really easy. So depending on the node, like, you might not even have to use someone like Oberon. You could potentially get away with just a 50%er. But this is actually going to be hilarious because this is a single enemy and it's a counter class. 2-2x, if I remember correctly. No, it's 1, but I gotta remember which one the turn is that can have 1. So it's like, yeah, there you go. A smooth 410k there. Yeah, so it's like, if you only had 1 enemy in turn 1, right? So you'd have 20% append, 20% self-charge, 50% Koyan, 20% from Oberon. So that's enough for turn 1. But then from there, you're going to refund 10% off of the back of her NP, only 10% from the enemy. And then you would potentially get her her charge back. You'd have the other Koyan 50% there. This is 10 shy. So it has to be 2 enemies on the first wave, but I think you can get away with only a single enemy on the back wave or on the second wave. So I think like the restriction has to be at least 2 enemies on wave 1, and you can get away with even 1 enemy in wave 2. So as long as the node has 2 enemies in wave 1, she should be good. Because I think like in wave 1, or sorry, in wave 2 there with only 1 enemy, from there you're doubling it up. So she's going to refund 10. She's going to end up basically, let's see here, with 20% off of that. And then 50% from Oberon. Wait, what am I missing? There was another way for that to work. Is it 2-2? Her on battery, we already used that turn 2. There's a way to do it. I think, oh, is that... It might be 5th append shenanigans with single Koyan. Yeah. And I think it's double Oberon then is how you do that one. God, that's so fucky. Yeah, there is a way to do it. I gotta remember. But people who don't understand this feature could have kept a lot of players who left. The binding code is annoying. Yeah. I unfortunately it's crying over spilt milk. It, like dead serious. It's actually crying over spilt milk because every player that got screwed by that will not come back. They will not. If they fix the issue, they will not get any other player to come back over it. However, they also will stop losing players to it. So it just makes a whole lot of sense to fix. Did CAD answer my question? No. What was your question? You have to forgive me because I was deep in Salter thought there. Did I miss summer event info? No, not yet. I'm spending AP down on NA first. And we're totally in a node we shouldn't be in with Salter, but it'll be fine because my Salter's MP5. Who are actually the beast candidates that we forgot about? What do you mean? But they allow binding? They had it since day one? No. Atari Pendragon Beast? Oh, God. Oh, Billy. Talking about Azure Lane? Who the heck was talking about Azure Lane? You're gonna have Salter in every class? Good luck with that. Test Salter in P on the Bone Shattering Advanced Quest, please? No. Chat, I'm dead serious. You're not getting big numbers here. But the fact that I'm just doing these runs with a saber should tell you everything about how strong this buff is. I'm asking for an ace team comp that doesn't involve Koyanskaya or Oberon. Would you expect Koyanskaya or accept Koyanskaya of Darkness? Yeah, like the issue you're gonna have with Ace is if you want Ace to get off her third skill and you don't want to use Koyanskaya, you're going to have to do something like the Atlas Academy Mystic Code, and then like somebody that has cooldown reduction, so like a Buki or something like that. But you're not going to get a whole lot of damage out of that, just FYI. What did I just do? That might be a problem, but I should be fine. There's 3 enemies here. Egon replenishes the Ace MP again, yeah. Overcharge C's can also help. They're not going to help with like her ability to get to another NP necessarily, but they would help, yeah, reduce the cooldown there. Thankfully, this was a 2 out of 2 wave. Seeing my NP2 level 100 Cuckoo doing more damage than my MP5 level 120 Arcuid. I mean, if you're taking one into the right set of circumstances and the other not in, that is what it is. I mean, Cuckoo got that super effective Earth, right? So that's just one of those deals of like, hey, like, it's easy to sit there and criticize, but if you're actually comparing them on the same basis, you would quickly realize how that's possible, right? Yeah, things start to get dumber too with Summer Kuro chat. Like, we're gonna start to see units that can just like, hey, I couldn't normally touch Black Grail, but now I can do funny numbers. So like, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's, again, like I said before, it's like a lot of people just aren't going to. Chat, I have 2 tickets, and I have to choose craft essences. If I remember correctly, though, this is like the worst selection of craft essences for me. Like, there's just not a whole lot that I really like in this lineup. Like, honest to God, unironically, one of the best ones is like right here with Ibuki. The like office lady, like drunk office lady one. I also like the Kama one. It's pretty nice. I think Shisho's looks okay. Like, she definitely hot here. Let's see, we got the Draco one. We got the Mordred one. And the Gray one. As well as the Janta one. So I have 4 Saber faces to choose from, chat. One of those is going to be Mordred. Because I like the Mordred one. I think it looks good. Okay? Like, it felt like they did original stuff with this one. What really stops me here from this one is that this is the young version of Draco. If this were the adult version of Draco, I'd be all over this. We got Janta with the, like, paint everywhere, I guess. Like they're literally like paintballing and then gray. It's gray, chat. It's gray. It's gray. I took Draco and Erish, yeah. John was playing Splatoon, pretty much. But yeah, sadly, no like actual Artoria there in that one. I get it. They probably did it for a change of pace, so I can't really be too upset. But that was probably like one of the weakest ones that I've ever had to choose from, in the sense that like there was no craft essence there from the Saber faces that actually like wowed me. I was just kind of like, okay, it is what it is. It feels like they phoned most of these in. Mine was Tomoe and Yang. Yeah. Tomoe's definitely looked nice. Yes, we already redeemed that. We are out of AP on in A. Chat, when did they say we're getting Grand Lancer? Someone can remind me the date. Time for me to hit bed now? Perfect. Now we can record now that Chaos is going to bed. The 16th? Okay, thank you. Oh, with Nito Alter and Charlie. I wanted to really like Nito Alters, but like the dress was pretty like tame for that. It just felt like normal Nito Chris, but with Nito Alter's head on it. Like honestly, I'll go ahead and say that. I think that actually just is my straight up like least favorite batch of anniversary CEs. Just in general. I really don't like the themes that they went for with that one. I think they just really did kind of go with simplistic stuff. And they didn't try to like actually do a whole lot with a lot of the outfits. There are some good ones, but to me the good ones are like few and far between, unfortunately, in that batch. Yeah, just in case anyone was curious, here was the Doman banners. Like I said, basically Ordeal Call Summoning campaign was the next one because you are here. And not really anything else until the Alter Ego Weekly. So Doman's next one is in September, but after that you're not getting another crack at Doman until we get cracks at everybody. Get your JP over the same Sky Sea before it expires? Is it? Does that expire? I mean, like before anniversary here? In like 11 days? Okay. But wait, don't we still not have them all yet? It's not the Annie Seas. Okay. That's why I was like, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna have a whole nother set of anniversary or memorial quests to do on JP as well. Chat, I was so happy. I was so happy that we got the alt account through the memorial quest without even having to use a command seal. I was so happy because I was like, dude, especially with the Karen fight, I thought Karen was gonna get me. I thought I was dead to rights. All right, let me see what chat's talking about here. What, that craft essence? Or are you talking about something else? I don't want to stare at any of these characters. Okay, that's not bad to stare at. But that's better. The shop? What the heck, dude? Bro got a parachute? Yeah, are they bungee jumping is what it is? I'm not sure I've seen a bunch of these. Because all these came out while I've been on vacation. Oh, is that Sanzang? That one's beautiful. I actually like that. Granted, Sanzang is just beautiful, so. Is that Bakin? Yeah, all the dogs. Bageko. Nice. And she's got one of the dogs with her. Wait. Huh? Is that, wait, is that Osaka Behime? That is Osaka Babe? What? That is Jalter. That looks nice. Have to turn my head. I'm sorry, chat. Have the Taco Bell neck syndrome from twisting my head to crunch. Honestly, this is like one of the best artworks of Tez I've ever seen. With regards to, like, usually the color palette's not good. I felt like the warm colors there did a lot of work for him. A random city? Kashin Koji? And wait, who is that with Kashin? Is that Chiome? Is it Danzo? Okay. Shiny Hassan and Fumakotaro. Oh, it's a roller coaster. It looks like they're on, like, motorcycles. Or wait, is it a motorcycle? Maybe it is. I don't know. Florida Man. Florida Man with a camera. And one lost boy. I'm gonna be dead serious and I'm gonna say that, like, one, Jalter is the only saber face here. And two, like, there's only even 3 CEs I would consider from this entire batch. For me personally, right? One is Jalter. The other is Bageko, and the third one is Sanzang. Those are the 3 that I would consider taking normally. And so it's just Jalter. She is the only saber face. She wins by default. Not that it's a bad one. Just roll the others in the gacha. Yeah, it doesn't seem like they did as much for that campaign this year, oddly enough. Him and his ninjas in the back? Maybe that's what it was? Wasn't a big fan of story Tez. Yeah, you guys gotta always understand, story versions of units are not like the version you summon usually. I just realized I'm forced to watch the stream on 720p. Thanks, Twitch. You're welcome, Kyobe. Is everybody else watching in 2K? Because, by the way, chat, you can watch in 2K now. The stream has been upscaled to that point. I had to fix all of the UI for that. Which you wouldn't think is like a big deal, but it is. You can if it's available in your region. Wait, really? Is that a thing? Way more to come, each with a free ticket. Okay, that I didn't understand. She just two-turned a whole Orc bar on herself using only just her own buffs. Yep. I told you guys, like, she's one of the best 4-stars in the game. Like, I think a lot of people obviously, like, got her enrolled for her because of the banner she was on. But it was one of those deals where that banner just was unfortunately really stacked in favor of, like, players. Like, if you were the meta slave and you went after, like, Ibuki, you got really bailed out there as well by the fact that the 4-star was also good. Not that Ibuki's a bad pickup by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, that was just one of those deals where it felt like they just went ham. Two CEs per prefecture. Okay. Watching in black and white with text in between. You know, I'm sorry, I can't provide that one for you. That one's a little bit out of my hands. Also, I like how, like, I haven't 4-turned a node in forever, and now all of a sudden, like, 3 times on stream, I have managed to somehow just not get a single Artoria card for the final wave. That's, like, pretty much the only way in which I can 4-turn, and it's happened multiple times. Okay. Streamer luck, we got to see the 4-turn, right? Yeah, that's also streamer luck. We're coming up on 90 at least. We're about at, like, somewhere like 135 boxes. I don't know what it is, but this Lotto, I have just not been able to maintain my grind, and I think it's just because I'm home and I'm relaxed, I'm moisturized, and I'm in my lane, and I'm just like vibing, and I'm not having to actually like do the Lotto. So it's like, because I'm not like constantly at work and stressed out, I'm terrible at grinding now. Okay, chat. Turn this to dark mode. We can now begin things now that Avalon's here. We've been all holding out until Avalon got here. All right. We got to go over the summer event today. Dude, I hate this pop-up. Fandom is getting so garbage to use, and it's unfortunate. It's still my preferred method of per-viewing. Let me remind myself what style of event this was. It wasn't point ladder, was it? Was it mission? It is, yeah. But it was only 30 missions. That wasn't too bad. And then, wait, did we have... We didn't have raids in this, did we? I know Summer 3 had the personal raids. The upgrade tree for card types. Right, what was that? Yep. 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 Wait, does fandom even say anything about that? Cheru, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Whale raiding, I see. How are you guys doing tonight? And thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate it. What were you guys up to in FGO? We were actually about to go over the summer event for everybody. Getting ready to record my video here. I'm just reading up to make sure I'm not getting some of this wrong. That is the narrow straight event C. Scales with circle level. Right. It's the circles. Okay. You're farming QP? Nice. Yapping indoor farming? Gotcha. Well, if you guys are new to the channel, hi, my name's Kadroth. I stream FGO on the regular. I've been content creator for the game now for like 8 years. So we are getting ready here, like I said, to prepare for the guide that I'm about to record on the summer event. Where's the circle page? Here it is. Okay, so the various circles. And if correct me if I'm wrong, Chad, but if I remember, we can level up all of these, right? Like, I think this is just as you do missions, they level up type deal. QP hell is always inevitable. There's no escape. I wouldn't say that, but as somebody that has gotten out of QP hell, it's definitely a thing. But like, what's interesting is now, like on JP, the new cap is so high that in theory, like QP hell could potentially just be done for a long time. You get them all, yep. Yeah, QP, especially like early on in an account's life, it's always going to be a concern. What'll really help you get ahead of QP needs is, one, the more of your account that you get up and online and taken care of, then obviously you need less QP in the future. But two, if you can manage to like grind during some really selective events, like some really good raids or some really good lottos that can get a lot of QP for you, that's usually how I manage to get ahead of it. 10 billion QP, yeah, that's the new cap on JP, and it's like, dude, that's the fact that we can store that much is insane. I've seen you around a few times, and Fox told me you're a good guy. Yeah. Glad to hear Fox spreading the good word. But thank you, I appreciate it. And yeah, like I said, we're always happy to entertain new faces. The FGO community certainly is aged at this point, but definitely always happy to have some new people in here. And Fox is definitely a good guy of his own. Going ham on her anyways, but how good is Summer Suzuka actually? She's a Black Grail Looper. She's Earth super effective, I believe. And her biggest issue is just as a quick unit, she's going to be a little bit dependent on the amount of enemies in a node. But I think she could even get away with like a 3-2-3 type of node setup, or a 3-2-X really, because you don't care what's in the final wave. So she can actually do some pretty solid work for you. That Boojum Fox, I see. I think they realized we needed a higher QP cap to help with class score and 120. Yeah, but I mean, like, even like 3 billion would have been enough for that. So the fact that they went all the way to 10, I think they just got tired of hearing it. So it's really nice because it's going to allow us, like, again, in the background, I've been farming JP here. But, like, it's really just going to allow us to, like, have a, like, those of us that do grind a lot will have an easy, like, route to future stuff. But it's I mean, I guess to a degree it's concerning from somebody that's been playing the game a long time. It's like almost to the opposite end of like people that constantly need QP. I'm usually on the reverse end of the spectrum, so it's like it's worrisome to me that you'll see other people like me that they'll get to a point where they just don't need QP, and then they go like, well, what do I do now? And they kind of like run out of stuff to do in the game, which not that there's not plenty to do in the game, but usually when you're somebody that's been playing for years, you start getting to a point where you go like, oh man, like what do I work on next type deal. Joy, that means we'll get 10 billion QP for 10th Annie. I wish. I doubt it. But I could see them doing something pretty crazy in that regard. I've been playing for years, but I'm lazy. It's all good. This is one of those deals where it's like a lot of people, I think, at FGO have different priorities for their accounts and different like sort of play levels. And it really just boils down to handling your account in the best way that you can. I'm usually someone that preaches a lot of like efficiency. But, you know, I tell people it's like, because people get like, people have a real tendency to get like upset over like box counts in a Lotto. And I tell people it's like, I've always done, for instance, 500. That to some people sounds insane, especially when you start thinking about the older Lottos. But as we start going into like the newer era where boxes are a lot easier to farm, there are people that do like 1,000 and stuff. So it's like, it's not even that crazy. It's just I've always done that 500 and that's been good for me. So the thing I've always preached to other people is like, you don't have to do 500 like I do. Look at your account. Look at how much you like feel that you need for that account and gauge that number of boxes that you think you could need to kind of subsist you until the next Lotto. Try to like set that as a goal and hit that goal. And if you can hit that goal, whatever that box count may be, maybe it's 20 boxes, maybe it's 100, maybe it's 1,000. I don't really care. As long as you can hit your goal, you should feel like you accomplished something and that you moved your account forward. And that's really all that matters. So it's like, don't look at somebody else doing more boxes than you and necessarily get jealous of them. I've seen people where they farmed way too many boxes for their account, for instance, and they actually ended up being wasteful. Like they couldn't use a whole bunch of the resources from it. So that's usually the like good idea that I tell people is try to gauge for your own account what its needs are. And then from there, you'll do a lot better and you'll feel a lot more accomplished in your own goals. I wish Lottos would stop taking place in finals week. Yeah, I'm an accountant, so I have a tendency of like these things popping up in like tax season for me, and it's awful. I hate it every time it happens. Like even right now, I actually haven't farmed this JP Lotto too much because I've been on vacation. This is like one of those deals where I'm like, oh man, please, no, not this week. I just want to like take it easy this week. Time to get food for the first time today and get yelled at by people. All good. Thank you again for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hey, what's up, Cat? Hey, Nem. How's it going? I've been fine at more than 200 to 300 per Lotto. Only now when I want to get, like, level 8s to 120 am I starting to be short. Yeah, and I'm going to say, like that's one of those deals where it's like right now, for instance, you have half cost Embers. So it's like just take advantage of that. You don't necessarily have to go harder in a Lotto to offset that. Like, with regards to Ember efficiency at this point, Lottos have really dragged behind, unfortunately. Because 5-star Embers have really obviously improved account efficiency for leveling units. So half-cost Ember stuff like you have right now at the Annie is way better for getting your units leveled up than, say, something down the line like oh, another drop. Something down the line like a Lotto where you're only going to necessarily get 4-star Embers from the boxes. There's still a lot of value in the Lotto box. Skill gems, FP, mana prisms, QP. So it's like, it's definitely still good to grind in a Lotto, but the Ember efficiency usually isn't the primary reason anymore, unfortunately. Which it used to be, which is kind of funny. I mostly use Lottos for QP and gold gems, especially. Yeah. Okay, so chat, let me get back to plotting this out here real quick. So it looks like we have 6 different circles. There are Dojin circle quests, mini scenarios, is that the event currency? Hold on, let me look. Yep. So Alpond, not sure what that is. Kona beans and tropical nuts. Another drop robbed by cat. Well, that's why it came back. You know, we were prepping the guide here for the summer event, but then I had to come back and steal that drop from you. I know you were counting on it, but I had to come and take it. Got a farm. I'm in Mana Prism Hell. That's basically what my new account is, right? But NA unfortunately doesn't have another Lotto until the end of the year, but that Lotto's going to be a good one. It's probably the best Christmas event they've ever done, like pacing wise, and it's a shell Lotto, so a lot of people will be happy for that, especially after summer, leading into next summer. Trying to recreate, yeah. The curry of knowledge, the energy drink of instincts, and the steak of emotions. What are these names, dude? They're great. I'm trying to remember what those materials are. Because obviously you have the shop currencies, right? But then these are something else. And I don't remember exactly what they are. It looks like we do get some shop currency from these. We get some of the Dojin CEs. Just some Ascension mats. Everdark. Dude, this Mordred goes so hard, right? This goes so hard. This is an absolute Helsing reference. Like, oh, that's nice. That's Trigun? Is it a Trigun? The giant cross cannon? Oh, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Yeah, sure. But like, I don't think that there's any reason that you couldn't see it as both, right? And I'm just saying, chat, thick thighs, they be saving lives. So Yeah, see, so you get some of the like the stakes and stuff, and that's where it's like I just don't remember what that currency is here. And I want to make sure we get this one right for the recording. Bishonen. We got delivery quests. Oh, wait, hold on. So it costs items. So is this sort of like Yamatai Koku and stuff where you have to like pay to upgrade? Reaches level 2, reaches level 3. Reaches level 4, reaches level 5, unlocks mini scenario part 3. Never done this event before, can't offer much. No, it's fine. I'm like going through memory lane here and trying to remind myself. And if anyone in chat does remember as well, feel free to chime in. After Act 10. Missions you send your servant on? I don't think that's what's going on here. Okay, now the views on the Aniplex video are a lot better. Yeah, I don't remember having to send stuff on this. I don't know if Avalon's still around and he remembers anything more. But I don't remember necessarily having to dispatch a unit. But it may have just been a timer to get more of this material, where it's like you don't actually lose the unit. The delivery quests and the other currencies here, like the stake of emotions and the energy drink of instincts. Pretty sure there was no timer as I was behind on the event and rushed them. I don't remember this. Like I kind of like vaguely do, but I don't remember exactly how these things work. Go figure, Avalon slacked an event. Well, it was JP chat. Do me a favor, see if you can do some digging on that, Avalon. Because I don't want to, like, stick my foot in my mouth if possible here. And then the drawing collections. And we get some of the Dojin currency from that. Actually, one of the best things you might be able to do is find the news article for this, because fandom's done a crap job with this one of the, like, the, you know, generic flow of the event. They didn't include that. And I'll see if I can find that on the side myself. Click on the head banner on top. It leads to JP News. What? What are you talking about? Like this? Yeah, see, this is your shop currency, and they're just indicating that clearly. This is your dojins and their various levels. It's so funny that they're grayed out. Again, shop currency, dojin currency. Yeah, I'm not understanding the actual flow of the event in that regard. Like, what awards these currencies properly and what are you actually using them on is my big question mark. I can kind of guess, but I don't want to guess. I want to know. Filling up the progress gauge and raising the circle's level. New main quests will be unlocked by completing many scenarios that are unlocked. In addition, by progressing to a certain main quest, a special quest that is different from the gift quest in the mini scenario will be unlocked, and the new main quest may be unlocked. Okay, that's welcome to Japanese translation. Specific dates and times. So this is probably why Avalon didn't notice anything because he was late. By progressing through the main quest, the event exclusive distribution servant Nocnaria will join. In addition, by clearing associated main quest, you can unlock free quests where you can collect event items as well as gift quests in many scenarios. Yeah, I think it really just is we do the nodes and the nodes give it. Let's double check that. Yep. Okay, so the nodes will give both type of currency, and then we spend the currency to do the delivery quest. The delivery quest, I assume, unlocks the drawing collections. By completing refreshment, supply, and quests. Yes, okay, so the delivery quests. So the question from there is then, what does that get you, right? So, like, that's going to assumedly, like, level up the Dojin circles, which is going to increase their buffs. But then it's going to unlock these quests, I guess, is my question mark. Because there are mini scenarios as well that probably unlock for certain conditions. So you can see that's book 3, summertime 3. Okay. Yeah. I think now I have a better handle on it. But that's why, like, I wanted to be sure. I didn't want to just, like, didn't want to just say things and be like, oh shit, we're wrong. Okay, then we got our summer 1 campaign, our summer 2 campaign. our Summer 1 male campaign, our Summer 2 male campaign, and the rerun. Yes, I've chosen to rename them because I don't like fandoms' names because they're dumb and bad. It may not be fandoms' names, it may be what they actually called them in the event. I just don't care. Like, this may be the order they released in, right? To me, there's always two female banners. Sometimes you get male banners at different quantities, so it's like kind of rough. And we have the confirmation, by the way, that the date is the 18th on this, right? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, did they actually give us a preview? You ripped it out. Da, da, da. '18th at 1 PDT, so that's 4 a.m. on the 18th. That is next Friday. God, my eyes, it's so bright. I still don't know what the heck they're gonna do here in August then. Because we pretty much know from the roadmap that the Wangina Summer Tour is pretty close to when it normally is, isn't it? I gotta double check that. Early September? Okay, so probably still a good tilt. Mid-October, yeah, this is early still. So I guess it's just a shift for Thanksgiving, and this is probably post-Thanksgiving. It works out. It still feels like it's going to be dead. Like, I don't know what the heck they're going to do. Because we're at least 3 weeks early on this now. Maybe, I guess. Like, this is the sort of thing, it's like with 3-week events, this shit just like starts to blend, right? Hey guys, my name's Kadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the upcoming summer event on NA. Now, a lot of people have obviously been waiting for this event all year long to, roll for the units that they've absolutely been craving, and I think at this point we pretty much had the conclusion that the event will be coming to us here basically on the 18th. This is already announced, so it's in our best interest to go ahead and get you guys prepped for the upcoming banners and the event at hand. Now, the summer event for this year is actually sort of a redux of one of the prior Servant Summer Fests, which is going to be Summer 3, but you may be tempted to think that everything here is the exact same, and it's not. There's actually a lot of stuff different, including some interesting things about the story. I'm not going to get into too much just for spoiler reasons, but again, this event will be coming to us basically next Friday, sometime early in the morning that day. It should be about 4 a.m. for East Coasters, about 1 a.m. for West Coasters here in NA. And we do know, again, that this was kind of predicted due to the roadmap that they released at Anniversary. So we know that the Wangina event is coming early September. So we still have this kind of anywhere from like 2 to 3 week shift earlier in the schedule here, probably to make room for things like, new like back to school campaigns, and as well the Thanksgiving campaign that NA usually has that's unique to them. Now, taking a look at that, again, you guys can see here from the list of things we're currently in the midst of the Servant Strengthenings and Anniversary campaign here, as NA just celebrated that. But like we said, pretty much right on the back end of it, we are going to end up getting Summer. With that in mind, this summer event is going to be an interesting one. It is basically a Fuyuki required event. It is going to be a 3-week long event, so there's not too much we have to worry about in that regard. Should be a pretty nice, chill affair, but there are going to be some unique mechanics with regards to this one. So just briefly kind of looking through, obviously we've got a whole bunch of new and hotly desired summer units that are going to be available, as well as some new male costumes being added in addition. But we're also going to have a new Mystic Code. And just kind of starting things off with that, our new Mystic Code is going to be called Summer Street. It is literally summer street wear. So you guys can see it's a pretty summer casual, almost as if you're going to the beach or generally around the beach, maybe going shopping or something like that is the aesthetic here. But the interesting part about this Mystic Code is going to be not only that it's another Arts Up type of Mystic Code, but also that it has 20% charge baked into it. And the good news is it's split into two 10% increments. That gives you a whole lot of control for how you want to operate things. It does manage to have hard survivability and arts card star absorption, so it is a really, really nice one in general capability for allowing and facilitating sort of any amount of scenarios that you can imagine. The issue at play here, though, is that compared to maybe some other Mystic Codes, offensively, this might not be the strongest Mystic Code for some people. If you're just looking for like one-shot damage, this one might not be for you. It's 30% arts up at its maximum level and 30% crit damage up. So it's a little bit more maybe crit focused than some of the other Mystic Codes, but you still have that nice 30% steroid, so it's still worthy of attention, especially if you need the 20% charge, which, like we mentioned before, compared to something like, say, the Mages Association Mystic Code that doesn't have any sort of offensive capability baked into it other than maybe its card shuffle, this Mystic Code is much more of a traditional Mystic Code in that sense. It does have the offensive firepower, it does also have hard survivability on it, and it still manages to have a lot of nice features like the split charge. So I think this one's a really good one. You're not going to want to miss it. To my knowledge, I'm not sure this one's achievable even yet on JP since its release. And again, we are going to have various other new craft essences at play in the event, including the event craft essence that is going to give you starting charge, arts and buster up of 10%, and a damage cut of 200. This one's not going to be the best in terms of leveling prospects, as it is a split stat CE, but it will be really nice during the event, as again, like we said, it has basically multiple steroids for you as well as starting charge. Plus, it's actually going to allow you to have some scalability with regards to the event bonuses in respect to the Dojin circles, which are going to be the primary gimmick of this event this time around. So basically, we are going to end up getting multiple like Dojin circles that are going to come in and be at play here. We're still going to have a main story that's going to kind of release over time. It will be a little bit time gated on the front end, but once those gates are gone, you guys can feel free to do them at your own pace. We will also get Welfare Nocnaria during this event, and she's another fantastic Welfare, as she is AoE arts and a foreigner. The issue at play here is she kind of really wants to be used alongside Castoria due to the mechanics at play with her. Feel free to check out any of my videos on the upcoming servants, and we will certainly cover all of that for you guys in those. But it's going to be pretty similar in terms of the theming to the Luluhawa event in Summer 3. But like we said, it's going to have those Dojin circles. And this time around, our goal is going to be to level up multiple Dojin circles, not just kind of go with one. How we're going to level those up is we are going to do our free quest. That's going to get us currency for not only the shops, but also sort of Dojin circle currency. And we're going to be using those to actually spend and level the Dojin circles via delivery quests. Those delivery quests are, again, like I said, going to level up the Dojin circle, going to get you more benefits, more buffs from them, as some of these will be really, really nice. It's going to be kind of a similar mechanic that we've seen in other events where you get like card type ups that scale as you progress through the event. This one's just not going to be done via a like point ladder or anything. In fact, this event is actually a mission-based event, unlike the prior summer. This one's going to be a little bit easier. However, unlike other mission events, this one's only a 30 mission event, so not too bad in that regard. We'll go over some of those rewards here in a bit. But yes, Knocknaria is going to be your welfare. You're going to have these Dojin circles that you need to level, and in doing so, you will unlock, again, additional buffs as well as certain Dojin CEs for you, and some of them are absolutely beautiful. They have some fantastic artwork at play for you guys, and so I do recommend doing them not just for the fun nature of the quest, but also just to collect these drawings, these Dojins for yourself. Now, as we progress through the event, naturally, we're going to have a couple of other things to consider. So we will have a login bonus that should be available to us. Again, they did do a commemoration login for the stream that unveiled it, giving them 14 quartz. We might get something like that here in a week or two for NA, but it's going to depend on what they choose to announce and how they choose to go about it, since this kind of already has now been announced via a little bit partially the NA anniversary, as well as kind of via the website and the news section. So we'll just have to see if they actually do a proper stream. I'm hopeful that they do, but again, that could be something where if you're counting on that amount of quartz, maybe don't count on it. We'll just have to see here in the future. Knocknaria will also have 2 times leveling experience rate, so definitely something you want to take advantage is get Knocknaria leveled during the event. With her being an extra class, though, not a whole lot we can do unless you have some all embers lying around, but this would be a good time, since there's half-cost ember gathering right now currently for the anniversary, to maybe stock up on some embers if you want to like prep yourself for either her or any of the gacha units that you might be rolling. Take a look at their classes, try to determine what you need, and get working on that preemptively. Pretty much for event bonus servants, almost all of the summer units are on rate up here, not rate up, but bonus for you. So you're going to get a whole lot of mileage out of using just about any summer unit, particularly the new ones. They're going to have a 50% or 100% damage bonus compared to the older ones, which are only going to have a 30% bonus as well. They will each also have bond bonuses. So again, the initial batch of new units, especially the SSRs and our new welfare Knocknaria, will have a 50% bond bonus. The other new units and even the old units will have 20%, and then Mash herself will give 5% to all other party members for bond bonus if she's in the party. Like I said, the Dojin craft essences are really, really nice in regards to some of the artwork that they have available for them. I personally think that they're worth collecting just for that alone. Some of the artworks are just actually like cute and funny, and others are just like really cool looking and fantastic. And then we're also going to have our event Cs. Like we already mentioned, as thin as they narrow straight is going to be our event C. But then there's also going to be the ephemeral ones, which is going to essentially increase the Dojin circle materials for you. These are not the event shop materials. These are the Dojin circle ones. And this one should be permanently available for you guys through the actual event process, so don't worry too much about that, because again, you will get some of these via the missions. The ephemeral ones is at least an interesting one. It's all attack scaling, quick up of 15% and NP gen of 15%, as well as a critical star bomb when first entering the field. So there are certain applications that could be useful for that. Our command codes are going to include Wolf Maiden of the Sun here as our 5-star, which is going to have the engraved card's critical damage given an additional 30% when sunlight is on the battlefield, which is definitely going to be a really, really nice one, obviously, for units like Gawain that can bring the sun. But in general, anybody, if you feel like you're fighting on a node that could bring it. And then Pridwin's going to be the 4-star one here that is going to cause the engraved card to ignore defense buffs and gain 2 stars when attacking with it. So really, really another good one there. And then the 3-star one here, Sisterly Saintess Follower, which when engraved on an arts card, the engraved card's critical damage will get an additional 10%, and then 1 star when attacking. So for a 3-star, definitely not bad, particularly since it's arts card specific. We're always looking for some good ones that can work on some of those arts cards, since there's not a whole lot that are specific to them. Again, just a little bit of a preview of the map. Not everything is exactly as it is, and JP did have a live stream of their own. Looking at the event shop here, like we mentioned, there are going to be the 3 shop currencies, and there's also going to end up being the 3 sort of Dojin circle currencies, which, like I said, you're going to use those via the delivery quest for leveling up the Dojin circles, and you're going to get those either from some of the one-off quests that you'll do, or from basically just doing your normal free quests. Those will also give you an amount of them. Taking some of the event craft essences can also increase the drop rate of these items. But basically, for our normal shop currencies, the Alpond is going to be our 5-star CE. That's going to include the Popsicle, that is the sort of ascension material for Nocnaria there, as well as at least 2 copies of both of the event CEs. You're also going to end up having a Gawain Oberon and basically second Oberon version of their costumes if you manage to qualify for them and buy them out of the shop. And then you're also going to end up oops, sorry, I believe I got it wrong with the item there. It looks like the wait, what is this one? I'm so confused. Is that just an unlock item for the story? Because this is Nocnaria's upgrade item. I don't know what that is. That's really strange. It unlocks a quest. Okay. Yeah. So the Popsicle will unlock a quest, and then we'll also end up having Nocnaria's VVV stick here. That is going to be her sort of ascension item to get her leveled up. From there, we're also going to have the crystallized lore. We're going to end up having the Genesis eggs here. We're going to end up having seeds of Yggdrasil, or sorry, spirit roots. And then we're also going to end up having the ether photon converter, aka the D20s, as I like to call them. The obsidian edges, the LB7 knives, and then servant coins for Nocnaria, as well as evocation leaves. Now, you can certainly try to say like, hey, maybe I don't need to buy all these things. But to me, usually I say, hey, you know, even with something like evocation leaves, it can still be useful to your account. Just maybe leave it until last if you're worried about not being able to clear the shop in time. We do also have the gold statues and monuments here. We have gold foes, 1 copy of each. And then the command code removers, which are absolutely not worth purchasing. Do not purchase them if you ask me. And then just a general conversion of the material into QP. For the silver mat, we are going to have the Kona beans here. This is going to include 2 more copies of each of the CEs for the event. And then we're also going to have a costume for Lancelot Saber, as well as Scotty Ruler, getting another version for her. 1 more of the Ascension materials for Nocnaria, as well as another crystallized lore, some Talons of Chaos, some Primordial Lanugos, and some Phoenix Feathers. as well as even some Scales of Fantasy from LB6 there. From there, we're also going to get more Nocnaria coins here, and potentially even more evocation leaves, as well as some of the silver statues and monuments, which can definitely be good for you. To me, usually I go after the silver statues and monuments even more than the gold, because it can be harder to get some of the silvers unless you're actually like actively farming for them. And then also one more copy of the gold foe attack version, and then basically another command code remover, which you should absolutely skip. And then we get to the tropical nuts, the bronze sort of currency for the event, and we're going to have 2 more copies of each of the CEs here, and then a Tristan costume, as well as a Summer Kuro costume there, and 1 more essential material for Nocnaria, as well as some shells. Though remember, you will have a shell lotto later in the year, and you also have a shell ordeal call node, but the choice is yours. That could be an easy mat for some of you if you're really far ahead, but it is summer, so a lot of units do need shells. We're also going to have infinity gears, some permafrost ice crystals, some voids refused, aka dust, and also going to have even more servant coins, evocation leaves, 1 more copy of the gold HP foe, the normal 3-star foe copies, the 5, 4, and 3-star embers, of which of those I recommend probably turning the 3-star embers into instead probably something like mana prism, so I just burn them, but the choice is yours if you feel the need to use them efficiently. And then again, like we said, the 3 Dojin Circle currencies. The main quest is going to be how you guys are going to unlock the Mystic Code. You'll get it pretty much right away. And not to spoil too much for you guys, but you will be getting other things for Nocnaria in the main quest, as well as a grail at the end of everything, and sort of Nocnaria's one of her how should I put it noble phantasm levels. The free quests, like I said, are going to be where you're going to spend the majority of your time, and they do grant you guys basically the sort of shop currencies as well as those Dojin currencies. And certainly just kind of looking at them here, we have like our level 90 node, which is going to probably be this 333 Berserker node here. Basically, this one's pretty standard. And we're going to also have on the ocean here, which is going to be our 90 plus, or is this our plus plus? Where's the plus plus? There it is. Okay. And then our 90 plus node, which is going to be a just sort of 2-wave node. It's going to be 3 Berserkers in the front wave and then a 400k Kiara in the second wave. That, if you feel like grinding, it could be something that, again, taking and using like a ruler for could be really good for you guys there. You certainly have other good welfare ones like Ezo in the past. Sorry, not Ezo. EO that have been really good, and definitely can be something that you guys can go for. But we also have a 90 plus node. This one's going to be a little bit tougher. This is going to be one of those nodes where actually like Ace could be really good for you, as she can kind of waltz into this node and handle the front wave as a 311 all assassin node, and basically end up helping buff up somebody else to take out the latter 2 waves. This could work out really, really well for you if you manage to be somebody that already rolled. But there's other ways to handle this. You certainly don't have to use Ace. They just have to be someone that's strong enough to handle that front wave, because you do have a 120k Knight there in there, with some of the side ads being at about 90k there. But the 673k enemy in the middle wave and the 1.2 million enemy at the end are going to be a little bit spicy for a lot of people. So make sure you have a pretty robust single target that can take them out. This will also be another one where using like Zerctoria or someone like that could do wonders for you. So keep in mind, you have damage bonus, you have means of which you can actually kind of amplify things and go with different options that could help you out. So try to take advantage of that. Try to get everything you can out of this event in terms of efficiency, in terms of being able to clear it, because usually these summer events are at least decently lucrative for us, even from just a shop standpoint. Then again, we have the 6 different Dojin circles that we have. One of them Yoroshiku Mount Liang is going to give quick up. Hattoria is going to be basically the arts up, and the Chaldea Game Club is going to be the star generation rate up. Bishonen is going to be the critical damage up circle, and the Pleasant School Infirmary is going to be the Buster up circle. And then Fairy Kingdom Chaldea will also be the NP damage up circle. So depending on what you want to do, you might, like, if you feel that you're using predominantly one unit to like farm your way through, you might want to prioritize one of these circles. Do so again with the full disclosure that you will just be advancing that circle faster and you will just get better buffs by doing that. So there's no problem with it. Now, looking at the mission lists here, we're not going to spend too long on this, but we do have, obviously, delivery quests that we have to clear, which are going to be what levels up the, again, Dojin circles and gets you the additional buffs and unlocks. This is also going to grant you guys copies of the CEs. And then, basically, we're also going to have kind of completing Dojin circle quests, basically, that they give you after you've leveled them up, for additional ones, and you'll see that for a couple of them being there. And then you'll also have missions for obtaining the various currencies in decent amounts. It should be retroactive, so you shouldn't have to worry about that. And then also ascending Nocnaria as well as bonding her up will be there, and then clearing 10 quests. So remember, worst case scenario, make sure you have her even in something like the back line. As long as you're doing that, you should be fine. Make sure you're leveling and bonding your welfare and taking them to some of the nodes. And if you complete all the missions, you're also going to end up getting a crystallized lore. So make sure you guys are on top of that. As far as the challenge quest here, there is a decent one for this one. This one is going to end up having a whole lot going on in it. It's going to give you another crystallized lore. So you can see this is where they start getting a little bit more complex with some of our challenge quests. Realistically speaking, shouldn't be too bad here, but keep in mind the main goal here is to eliminate the chairman of the normalization committee, basically Nocnaria. And we're also going to have issues with kind of all the effects at play from this, because again, this is something that they like to do to us a lot in summer quests. We get these sort of how should I put it, servant gauntlet style of quests. So it's definitely something that that you can run into where you get bogged down in some of the additional effects. But you can see here, basically, if you actually just manage to eliminate all Artoria servants from the battle, the chairman will remove her stun debuff and defense buff at the start of engaging in battle from there. So that's something that you can do. You could also try to just brute force this node and instead have out your strongest servant and start stacking up some powerful buffs to bypass the defense and immediately break her gauge. But just keep in mind that the latter method will cause her to engage in battle with the worst possible buff to boot. She will have her NP fully charged every turn, and she will keep maxing it out for NP spamming attacks. She will also give herself 2 stacks of guts, so tread carefully if you want to follow this method. That's just me basically reading off the fandom with their little snippet there. So again, that's them warning you, don't necessarily try to brute force this. If you just take this simple and slow, you can make it a whole lot easier on yourself. But if you're up for the challenge, go ahead, go for the brutal brute force method, and let me know what your results were. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts on that. So from there, we also have the summoning campaigns, and there's a whole lot in this one. We are going to have 5 different summoning campaigns, 2 female campaigns, and 2 male campaigns, with the summer 2022 rerun banner sort of coming back as well. So for our first summoning campaign, this is going to debut with the event. This is going to be Artoria Caster Berserker, aka Zerktoria, aka Bakatoria, as some people like to call her. But this is basically going to be one of the game's sort of most vaunted single target berserkers at this point. A lot of people have been waiting for her all year. She is a big one. I do recommend everybody kind of at least considering to roll on this banner. She's not a unit you have to have, but she is a unit that is so disgustingly strong at this point in the game that she really will just make your life easier for a lot of stuff, including that 90++ node that we were just mentioning. So there are obvious reasons to kind of roll for her. She's fantastic at just boss killing and also general purpose high health enemy farming. You're also going to have Suzuka Gozen here, who is a quick AoE writer. She's super effective against Earth. She is a Black Grail Looper, just giving you a bit of a TLDR. And she does have the capability of hitting quite hard in the right set of circumstances, though she will be a little bit dependent on the number of enemies per wave. And then you have Kuro Avenger, and as a lot of people kind of know at this point, Kuro has a system unto her own where she can basically allow enemies to, kind of like with Salter's recent buff, charge their Noble Phantasm per number of enemies hit, but this comes in the way of her manuscript buff. She has to be around to redeem that in order to give them charge, and then that will give them that extra additional benefit. She can also rotate herself to the back with her gut skill, so that's something to pay attention to, but there is some clunkiness to this system. The system does open up additional damage capabilities and being able to start from a 0% starting charge standpoint for a couple of units as well. So a lot of people should pay attention to this just for its simple damage amplification and party capabilities. But even still, Kuro is still a pretty decent single target quick Avenger and can do quite a bit of damage output on her own. Our second campaign here is going to be the first male one. This is going to be Oberon, Gawain, Lancelot, and Tristan. I'm not going to go over the units as most of these are older units at this point for a lot of people. Oberon is a fantastic meta support. He's the highest damage amplifier support generically in the game right now, and he basically is the game's only 70% charging support in that regard as well. So there's a whole lot of reasons to roll for Oberon if you haven't already. He can absolutely help out your account in droves if you manage to acquire him. Each of these units will be getting a costume for the event. They're also damage bonus units, so again, feel free to go after them if you want. Our second summoning campaign is going to end up having Melisande ruler here. She's a fantastically hard-hitting AoE arts ruler. She has 80% charge. She doesn't have the gimmick that her Lancer form does have with the ability to swap between different NP types, but she does at least have, again, a whole lot of charge and a whole lot of damage capacity. Really, to this point, she is one of the game's hardest hitting rulers, really only challenged by Karen, and now a little bit thanks to buffs, also Moriarty as another AoE arts ruler. So she does have some competition out there, but she is a really, really good pickup for a lot of people. We also have Kate Ku Sir Priestess, aka Balbon Sis 4-star form. This is going to be a 4-star AoE Buster Pretender. She's got some wonkiness to her kit, but her damage is certainly pretty decent, and you do have the capability of charging her up and making her work in a conventional Koyanskaya setup. So I can definitely say she could be a decent option for you if you're looking for another AoE Pretender to kind of help stack your deck a little bit. And we do also have UDK Barcast. Now, ironically enough, Barcast as a single target arts archer did manage to get the capacity that original Melisande did, which is the ability to switch between NP types. She could be either single target or AoE, and she can switch back and forth sort of at will. So it is a nicer thing for her, but unfortunately for that, while she can do okay damage output, they basically ended up gimping her NP gain in a lot of those scenarios. So you're going to have to really try difficultly and hardly to get her charged and kind of taken care of. Pay a whole lot of attention to her. Try to brute force her charge as much as you can if you're trying to kind of prioritize her. Because I think a lot of people, this is one of those units where they're maybe going to get a little bit blindsided by their love of the character. She can be a bit clunky to use. So unfortunately, she's not the best unit out there, but you still can use her effectively if you do manage to play your cards right. So again, go check out the videos that I have out on her, as well as several of these other units, and it should kind of enlighten you a little bit more on the subject. Our second male banner should end up being Tezcatlipoca, it'll be his return as he'll finally be coming back from LB7. And then the summer rerun banner will literally have all of the units that were on Raid Up there rotating through in each of their own banners. So definitely nice. Now, as for the timing of these banners, like I said, the Castoria banner should be out immediately day one, as well as the male banner with Oberon. The second female banner will come about 4 to 5-ish days after that. Same thing here with Tez coming about a week after launch. And then the summer rerun banners will start roughly about 2 weeks into the event. So just keep that in mind as well. We do also have some craft essences on Raid Up for this event, including Dazzling Moon, which is a really good one for the female banners. This one is all attack scaling, has Overcharge, Buster Up, and critical stars per turn. It's not the most meta CE, but it's certainly a viable CE and a decent option for leveling up. Cactus City is a 4-star with split stats, so not one we'd care too much about leveling, but does give charge per turn, quick up, and NP gen. And Over the Rough Waves here is our 3-star that's all HP scaling. It does give evasion for 1 attack and arts and buster up of 2%. Not too much to write home, but a little bit of hard survivability there baked into that CE. And for the male banners, we will have Summer Break, which is another all attack scaling 5-star CE. This one is defense ignoring and buster up and NP damage. This one can be really meta if you need defense ignore on a buster unit. And Rounds of the Beach as well. This one's going to be our 4-star split stat one. It's going to be arts and buster up and critical stars per turn. And our 3-star in sickness and health will also have the NP generation rate up of 5% and debuff resistance of 5%. Other than that, the only other one worth mentioning is that the summer 2022 rerun banner will have the old CEs from those events. Of them, particularly Twin Tail can certainly be really nice for its NP overcharge, crit damage, and buster up, and all attack scaling. As well as Infinity Blue is going to be the 5-star for the male side, but this one's not too much, other than to say it has NP damage, NP gen, and invincibility 2 times, but probably not one you want to level in that category. So again, that is the run through of the entire summer event. I know this one was a little bit longer, but there's a whole lot going on in this one. Let me know what you guys thought about the upcoming summer event, what you're excited for, which Dojin circle you think you'll be going with first, and which unit is your priority to roll from these summer banners. I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys for the next one. Yeah. Ah! That was a long one, chat. Oberon Lackers, this is your time. It is. It is. For me, Oberon comes first. I don't blame you. It still sounds confusing. Basically, do main story to unlock new nodes. Do new nodes to get the shop currency for CEs, as well as the Dojin currency for delivery quests. If you turn in the delivery quest, that will level up the Dojins and get you additional buffs, as well as unlocking one-off quests for you to unlock certain craft essences that are just kind of commemorative for the event. And you'll also have missions that you need to get done during the event. That's it. That's all you got to do, and then kind of clear the shop. So. And if Okayist wants to include that, feel free to. Caught the live stream midsummer event explanation. How do we get the Dojin Seas? Yeah, that. Why is this summer in July, not August? Because pacing is better that way. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. It's just, it's earlier than I thought it would be. I thought they'd give us a little bit of a break, but I don't mind summer being early, right? Like, chat. I get that, like, hey, some of you guys are like, wait, I needed more time to build up courts. That I understand. But otherwise, I would rather have the unit faster, right? Sounds like a good short. Could be a good short. Can't wait to see it again on YouTube. Thank you, Aniko. I appreciate everybody that like hangs around stream just to watch me record these and then still watches on YouTube. That is nice of you. Anything that can help out the YouTube is good. Okay. Back to the farm. Ugh. I think I was sitting in one position so long my back began to sweat a little. It's weird because I'm not normally somebody that like sweats on my back at all. I just was like glued back into the chair. Why couldn't they extend the Ace Commander one more day so that it could overlap with Summer Castorius? Because they hate you. I mean, we've been trying to warn people, right? Like, it was one of those deals where we assumed that they would never overlap it anyways. And like I said, I was expecting Summer, if anything, to be delayed a little bit, not come out right away. So it's one of those deals where I would have never anticipated that it would anyways. Yeah, they're trying to get you to bait you into rolling on both. So head off to bed now, no problem, King. Ender helps me stop using Melu for the node. Yeah. For this one. Every time I get a new unit or I forget how to use someone, I always check your unit videos on YouTube. They're super helpful and I appreciate all the hard work that goes into them. Thank you. Yeah, it's one of those deals. It's like you said, like even with something like the Salter buff, it's like I had to go back and I had to remember it myself because unfortunately my Salter on JP is only in P1. So like I figured it all out when that sort of thing first came out, and then like nowadays, like I just don't have to do it very often. And even if I did go back and do it on JP, I would like then have to step through the process and remember it myself because there's unfortunately with both Salter and literally the Kuro system that's upcoming here. You have to think about how to work them. Because if you don't think about it, you'll fuck it up. And you really don't want to fuck it up. Not when you're using like Oberon and compositions and stuff like that. You don't want to brick the run. You don't want to like get the charge wrong. I mean, I guess that's exactly what command seals are for at this point. But it's something where you have to be a little bit concerned. I'll fix that in New Year's, yeah. I ended up watching the vid and remembering halfway that the proc was her enemy. Yeah. Is Summer, Melisande, and Zerktori going to be up at the same time eventually? Yes. Yes. I actually, that's probably something I didn't say during the video, but where is it? So if you look at the summoning campaign, right? It was the full duration of the event in each of these cases. So they will overlap. You can certainly wait until a later banner and then decide, okay, like, hey, I'm going to like wait till Mel and then go back and roll on Zerktoria. Absolutely something you can do. Or you could be like, hey, I'm going to roll an Oberon first on day one and then run over and get Zerktoria. Like that's, you can mix and match whatever way you can think of during those manners. The only thing that there won't be an overlap for is Ace. Ace will be just gone, and there's not anything you can do about that, unfortunately. Also, did I just use her Buster up here? Oh, shit. Going for MP5 Arcuid next year? Nice. No think, brain hurt. Watch video, brain no hurt. IMO Crane works out a lot better in most cases if you want a swapper like that. Yeah, it's usually less about swapper and more about just like hey, you're trying to make somebody loop in a scenario that they probably wouldn't otherwise. That's to me where she has some value. And even then, I don't really like to use it too much because it's like exactly like we were just talking about. It's like you have to think about it so much that you're going to spend like 2 to 3 minutes setting up the comp, getting the party order correct, and like making sure everything works, and then do the run. And it's like, unfortunately, that is the problem that I think FGO has at this point, is the more they require you to think, the worse it gets. It doesn't mean we need a brainless game, but that we have, like, for instance, challenge quests where, like, you have, like, super long, like, laundry list of skills. And I think people look at that and they just get intimidated and just go, like, I'm just not going to deal with that. And that's why you have things like the, you know, Immortal/Invincible comp. And it's also why you get people that are like, I'm just going to pop command seals. And you also just get people that are like, I'm not going to do this. Like, I'm not going to use Summer Cur. I'm not going to use Chin Gong. I'm just going to, like, do my simple composition because it works. So I think that's also, like, if we talk about, like, say, multiple damage dealer setups, that's also where a lot of that comes from, is people don't want to necessarily have to think too much about, like, what units work well together. They don't want to think about how to min-max the damage amplification, and they just go like, bro, I'm just going to do, like, my double support caster setup or something like that and just go. And they're not wrong to a degree. I think that's something that, you know, like I said before about the dev stance on, like, bonding and stuff and how big of a mistake that was, that, you know, they made comments back during, ironically enough, I believe it was Annie 8, about, like, wanting people to still be able to use doubles, but at the same time, they wanted people to stop using max bonded out characters and to roll new ones. And it's like, unfortunately, I said, it's like, back then, I was like, that's just a mistake. That they don't understand that you can't get replacements for certain units, and some players just don't want to roll more. So it's like, they can have that stance all they want. It's not going to change anything. It's just, if anything, going to breed animosity amongst the player base towards them for that decision. And I think, like, nowadays, now with, like, the bond overflow and stuff, that's exactly what you see. I think they know that that approach was not working. I think they looked at that, they saw that that was not a good thing, and they basically just said, all right, it's time to make a change. And again, I'm happy with it. Obviously, the bond overflow system could have been a little bit better, but it's nice to see the developers at least recognizing that there was an issue there and the need to address it and going out and doing it. I think to a degree, and that is one of the reasons why it's a thing now, they knew it would be a thing with the grand system coming out. They knew people were going to try to farm, and they realized, well, if we don't unlock bond 15s, this is going to be a problem, because a lot of people are going to start whining about, hey, I have this bond 15 character that's my grand because they're my favorite unit, but, like, I'm not getting any bond out of, like, all of this grinding. What the heck? Give us bond 20. And I think they wanted to avoid any sort of call for bond 20, because the devs don't want to give you bond 20 for multiple reasons. So I think they just kind of looked at that and they said, like, all right, this time this shit ain't working. Let's give them what they want, just maybe in a method of our choosing that's better for us. They saw the numbers and had to course correct. Yeah. I suspect, again, I think the FGO devs have a lot of metrics that they can see behind the scenes, and I think that does guide their decision making to some extent. Suki, thank you for the 29. Welcome back. Yeah, can we get some love for Suki? Incoming Bond 15 quartz quests, yeah. Is it wrong to say that I'm looking forward to Summer Suzuka and not Summer Castoria? No. Not if you're someone that really is a big Suzuka fan, right? If you're somebody as well, like, I know plenty of people, for instance, that are like, man, I love the challenge aspect of FGO, and they don't necessarily want to, like, make the game easier on themselves. So if you're, like, one of those types of people, and it's like, yeah, I can totally understand why you wouldn't want to roll for her, right? Like, at that point, she really is just a, like, massive jump in damage capacity. So I get it. I think that's one of those deals where it's like, depending on what you get out of the game, it can be both good or bad for you to roll certain units. They might do the right thing after trying everything else first. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the case with the coin system. Not necessarily with Bond. I don't think they were at their last resort for Bond, but the coin system, definitely they were. I think the coin system, like I said, to me, the coin system's functionally dead now. In the sense that I don't really believe anybody's rolling like NP6s anymore. I don't think anybody is going out there and like rolling extra for coins because there's just no need to it. Like, I think maybe NA players might because they don't realize what's still to come. Like, probably the biggest PSA I could give you guys is that you can switch your appends around. Therefore, you don't have to have all of your appends unlocked. It makes it a complete non-issue. And so a lot of people just don't need to actually do that. And I think that has functionally killed coins off. Because now that you can get to 120 with NP1, now that you can switch your appends around, the need for coins is a lot less. There is still obviously a need for it, but it's not something that you have to necessarily go out and roll for. It's something that you can just say, look, I can complete this over time. It is what it is. I'm not giving the devs another dime if I don't have to. And I think a lot of people are thinking and approaching the game that way. Though, to be fair, I think that was already the case. I think even before the 4th and 5th append came out, I think a lot of players had stopped rolling for the 6th copy because they realized just how much of a money pit and trap it was. And I think at that point, that was like, they tried to get people to be like, hey, now you need more coins. But you guys saw the backlash. The backlash was like, what the heck? What am I doing? I think while there were people out there like me that had predicted the 4th and the 5th append coming, I don't think anybody within their reasonable mind thought that like JP was stupid enough to actually pull the trigger on that before fixing the system, especially since they had come out and they had talked about fixing it. So like the fact that they had actually addressed that elephant in the room and they still hadn't, and they still didn't do it, and they still came out with that first, that was surprising to a lot of us. Going to NP6 anyway, even after I told him. I mean, hey, kudos to your friend. I salute them for funding the game. I would have insulted them prior to the coin fix, though. I would have said you were the problem with the game and you were what's the reason we're not getting a fix. If it ain't broke, no need for fixing it. Yeah. Why not just make NP6 a thing if they want people to roll more? Because that would also piss people off. Okay, so chat. This is going to sound hilarious, right? Do you know why LaSingle probably fixed it? It wasn't because the free-to-play players were up in arms. Because the whales were up in arms. And the reason the whales were up in arms is because literally people were like sitting there going, wait a minute, I have completed this unit. What do you mean I have to roll more? And that, to be fair, chat, that is a problem of the FGO community's own making. And I said this before, people don't like when I mention it, I suspect, but when we first got the append system and people were like, now I'm going to roll for NP6, I still pointed out that that was stupid back then. And I still said that people shouldn't do it. And people didn't get upset. They didn't go, oh, what do you mean I had the unit complete? Now I have to roll more. People wholly embraced it. And that was stupid. The community never should have embraced it. It should have instead been a mark of shame rather than a mark of triumph for people. So it was one of those deals where we enabled that entire like 3 years worth of that crap. We enabled that. We allowed the developer to get away with it. Whereas if we had immediately, quickly pushed back and been like, yo, no, that is not fair. That's scummy as shit. Make it NP5 or we riot. If that had happened, chat, you wouldn't have had 3 years of this shit. You would have had NP5 from day one is all you needed for perfection. And now, still to this day, we still have only like NP6 being the only way to get perfection. Still. And it's all because we didn't budge in the first place. If we had, we'd have been fine. But yeah, I think they realized they were pissing off a lot of the whales, and they realized that if the whales walked, they weren't going to get a whole lot of money. And I think they just finally said, nope. This is the we've crossed the line that shouldn't be crossed. Oh shit, let's fix this. The scaling would be so abysmal if they changed the cap. Yeah, they'd have to like fully change how the damage was being calculated, and I don't think the game can handle that. Like, you look at a lot of the things that they do in the game, and frankly speaking, just think about this, chat. Don't even think about it from the perspective of an FGO player. Think about it from other gacha game players hearing this news about FGO. FGO raises the cap of a unit from a required 5 copies to 6. Other gacha game players would hear that and they'd be like, bro, no. Oh my god, that's terrible. Like, so if you know how everybody outside the community would react to it, I'm not going to tell you that's how everybody in the community would react. But I am going to tell you that is how we should have reacted, right? It should be one of those deals where it's like, no, we should never want that or consider it. That will literally just raise the bar for everybody to do. Also a lot of work for them. Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, like, I don't think they would even do the work. I think they wouldn't bother to rebalance the game. They would just say old content is old and it is what it is. And they would just say, okay, here, going forward, the game is balanced based off of this. Do you think they, once they realize the coins issue is dead, they'll give us some other manner of getting coins, CAD? No, I think they already know. I think you have the system as it is. This is the only system that they could probably get the monetization department to accept. And that is what it is. What I do think is, instead, they're just cooking up some new way to get money out of us. I mean, we have the grand system. The grand system is our current treadmill. And it is to tide us over probably to whatever part 3 is. But what will the system be in part 3? I don't know. I think that entirely depends what the game looks like for part 3 and whether or not they include new systems into the game. How do you think they'll anger people at 10th. I hope they don't. I really don't. Like, I don't want to be doomer about this. I really hope that 10th Annie, it just knocks it out of the park. I hope we set the bar for, like, anniversaries for gacha games. That's what I hope. I hope we are the shining beacon. The shining bacon in the night. But yeah, I think, like, honest to God, I think there's a lot of cool stuff they could announce for Annie 10. I'm hesitant to, like, mention too much of, like, what I can think of, mostly because, one, I don't want to get people's hopes up, and two, like, there's no telling whether or not anything any of us can think of will actually be what gets implemented. So it's like, if you get your heart set on, like let's take what someone in chat just said, live 2D, right? Like, let's say you get your heart set on there being like a live 2D update for FGO. You're just going to be disappointed when it's not. So it's like, I don't really want to, like, get specific on that sort of thing, because I think, like, that just lives in the realm of disappointing people. Like, it's fun to think about, like, what could be, but at least for me, I don't feel necessary to, like, go out there and, like, kind of promote and push that. PvP Griefers came out. 3-man gang squad came, showed up and flew over me. You didn't die, did you? When is Annie 10? Annie 10 is like early August on JP. So we pretty much have an entire month here of, like, them promoting and leading up to anniversary now on JP. Again, we have the Lotto right here. We're going to have the Grand Lancer battle right before anniversary. And then we'll probably get, like, Memorial Quest and stuff again. Yeah, take it easy. Don't bother with that. Go get like cobalt and stuff instead. I'm of the opinion of when it comes to PvP gang squads, just strangle them. Don't give them anything to kill, make them bored, and make them log off. I'm so out of apples. I don't know how you can farm 500 boxes. Easy. I'm not out of apples. Why are you out of apples? What have you been using your apples on? So in all seriousness, right? Like, I suspect if people don't have apples right now, where they've probably spent it is on all of the grand battles. And I've certainly like spent some apples on that, but I haven't spent like, you know, my entire like lump sum total here. Imagine not having 800 plus gold apples, right? When art isn't done in Live 2D in mind, it needs a lot of redoing, and I don't see them doing that. Yeah, they'd have to do like new art. So it's like, that's why I think like the potential for like Live 2D, for instance, would have to be like via skin. And that would depend entirely on like, do they start selling skins for the game? I don't know that they necessarily would take that approach. Like, we talked about that the other day. I got some like people that were really pissed off about that one video where I was mentioning it as a discussion topic, but it's like, personally, I don't feel like it'd be that bad. I understand, though, that would be a hot button issue for a lot of people. So it is what it is. Had to do it for Lilith? No, you didn't. Getting a unit to bond 15 is not a requirement. That's a choice. But I do get it. I do get it in the sense of like, hey, like, I just want to like stand my new favorite unit, right? But yeah, that's why, right? Like, you spend all your apples on grinding a grand battle, that'll be why you won't have any for the lotto. Like, to be fair, I think that's something that's probably going to temper my run here on the lotto, let alone the fact that, like I said, I'm on vacation. But it's like, I probably just don't want to spend all of my apples with some of the grand battles that are coming up. Oh boy, this will be another 3 turn. FGO Battle Pass, please no. Chat, stop willing into existence something you don't want to see. I don't even need live 2D. I just want cute costumes. Yeah. I think a lot of people get upset because they go like, oh, well, we already get costumes for FGO, like, and we don't have to pay for them, so why would we want to pay for them? I'm like, what if you got better costumes for FGO? Honest to God, like, I'm not going to say that the costumes in FGO are bad, but, like, I also feel like a lot of the costumes for FGO are pretty simple. So, like, imagine if they did give something a little bit more like in-depth and elaborate. Again, live 2D would be an easy way of justifying that. But yeah, it's like, I think that's how you do it if they were to do it. I don't think they will, though. You want your red hair horse armor? Only $99. Yeah, I mean, I've also been pretty outspoken on this, that I think microtransactions need to be fair. When the cost of a game is like $60, $70, $80, and you're trying to charge like $15, $20, $25 for a microtransaction, you're going to tell me that that's worth a quarter of the cost of the game? That better have that much like replayability and like enjoyment in it for me to pay that much. If not, I think that's stupid. I also think microtransactions should go on sale. I think these companies that never put them on sale, they're always the same price, and if anything, they only appreciate in value. That's just scummy. And don't get me wrong, chat. I'm well aware that I play a gacha game. Isn't it ironic, right? Like you've got somebody here talking about pricing, fairness, and stuff like that, playing a gacha game. I hate the fact that I spend money on gacha games. I really do. I think we shouldn't have to. I think this sort of thing is kind of dumb. I get it. part of the reason I do is, one, as a content creator, and two, I don't spend anything like beyond my means, right? So I guess there is like some entertainment value there. I guess there is some like like desire and stuff like that. But again, put me in another gacha game, I'm very unlikely to spend any money. I'm very unlikely to like continue doing anything in it. For the simple standpoint of I'm just in general not somebody that likes this sort of type of game normally. The reason I play FGO is I actually do really enjoy the gameplay of it. It's turn-based strategy in that regard. I love that sort of thing. And it is an IP that I have known and loved for years. So it's like, if this were FGO, if this were anything other than FGO, I'm not sure I would have stuck it out nearly as long as I have with FGO. FGO is my favorite game right now. I love it. I think it's fantastic. But unfortunately, I think there's a lot of people out there that just don't actually like the gameplay of FGO. They'll try to pose like they do, but I don't really actually think that they do. Because you see a lot of people are like, yes, I just want to automate the game. I just want to move on to my next gacha game. I hate FGO. Why does FGO do this? Why does FGO do that? Why can't they change it? And I'm like, don't get me wrong. I do think there's things in FGO that do need to change. I don't think that just because somebody wants changes in FGO means that they hate the game. But I look at a lot of this. I look at the essence of kind of what they're saying, and I realize it's like I just don't think they're actually having fun. I feel like they're just basically like baited into it because like other people play it and they feel like it's the hip cool thing to do. And that's fine. But like to me, it's like the whole reason I'm still around after all these years, I just actually love the game. That it like there's no other way I can put it other than that. I think I would go insane. There's just no way I could handle it otherwise. Like honest to God, I can't tell you guys. I have probably at this point spent more time playing FGO than any other game in the history of my life. That's saying something. It doesn't mean it's like the best game I've ever played to a degree, but it does mean that it's got a lot of staying power and it's a game that I really love, and it is ranking up there as one of my top games. Used to play Dead or Alive series up until the second release of DOA 5, and now I no longer play the Dead or Alive series. Yeah, I think it's rough when a like series you love kind of like shits the bed and stops making quality products. It's all too common nowadays. And like I was saying the other night, I actually think we're getting to a point in the gaming industry where that's going to start turning around. I think you're going to see decentralization. You're going to not see as much like profit margin focus and as much like won't somebody think of the shareholders. I think you're going to instead see people that are actually like doing other stuff for the purposes of like instead just creating a good product how it used to be. Create a good game. It's like, yes, you're going to gain money if you do it, but that's I think you're going to see a little bit more of a focus back towards that because that's what the consumer wants. And usually in any scenario, the consumer eventually always wins out. The reason why is because the consumer is what purchases things. You can distract consumers with fads. You can try to bait them and entice them, but eventually consumers wise up to your attempts. Oh, that old ass game? Yeah. That old ass game. And then you laugh at them and you say, that Tears of the Kingdom or that Breath of the Wild clone. And then you laugh at them as they mauled. Furious Emu, thank you for the follow. My entertainment level with FGO fluctuates between PNG Collection Simulator and Weeaboo Gimme That Grind, seemingly at random. Yeah. I think it's different things to different people. To me, it's a game at this point that I know and I love, and I know it so well that, like, I honest to God, I can't say I've reached like this level of mastery with most other games. There was a point in time where I was probably like that with WoW. There was a point in time where I was probably like that with like. I have to think here a little bit. Definitely Lord of the Rings Online. There was a point in time where I was like that with Star Wars The Old Republic. But honestly, like Lord of the Rings Online and Star Wars The Old Republic's case, they were new enough games that there wasn't a whole lot to know on them. In FGO's case, this is one of those scenarios where it's like the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And in that regard, I've always tried to be pretty humble about that, because I just like there's always something I can get wrong. There's way too many servants in this game to like just be able to keep all on the top of your head at any given moment. And even I forget things about servants sometimes, just from the simple standpoint of it's difficult to keep all of that in your brain. But just where I get my reading in. I mean, reading's good for you. You're always complaining about power creep and banners? I mean, we're always complaining about power creep and banners. Sad, too, because power creep, I think for a long time in FGO's history, power creep wasn't that big of an issue. And really, it's definitely gotten bad in the last, like, 5 or so years. Conan? Conan I do know a lot about now. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I know an unhealthy amount of knowledge about Conan. Like, we'd have to go look, but... Chat. I was watching... somebody posted this. Where was it? Let me go back. Let me find it. Okay. I think it was Burning that posted it. Yeah. I thought I knew a lot about Final Fantasy X. I didn't realize how much I didn't know. And chat, this is a 4-hour video, and I'm like at this point of the video. I'm like maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes in. And already in that first 30 minutes, I'm like, I've learned like 50 new things. It's like, oh, I had no idea that interaction worked the way it did. Hey, it's that game Cat was playing. Don't worry, we'll still play it, chat. When you get the time. Hello, Peaceful. How's it going? So it's like, there's points where, like, again, like I said, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. Was with Skyrim when it came out. Skyrim's another one I know a whole lot about. I know an unhealthy amount about Skyrim. And it's like wild to me because obviously like the older you get, the like more your games age, you know, the less like anybody cares about that stuff. But it's something that at least like with time you'll forget some of it, but there's certain things you'll just never forget. Trying to progress in Dune. Yep. Yeah, we have a pretty strong guild already in Dune, chat. We have like 7 different people in the guild already. We're always looking for more people, so if you guys ever want to join us on the server on Dune, we're doing fantastic. We are now in the end game. We are working on the carrier thopter because we have finished. We got to tier 6. We have finished the the medium chemical refinery. We have finished the large ore refinery. We have finished the advanced survival fabricator. And we have now finished the advanced vehicle fabricator. So we are at the point now here where we're like starting to get into proper endgame. Because like once we get the carrier thopter and the sand crawler built, like we can start harvesting in droves. There's a lot of wild stuff you can do in 10. Yeah. I mean, I just like when I was doing my playthrough, chat was like, oh, hey, Kat, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that strat for like speed run strats? And I was like, dude, what? Like, huh? It's like there's a lot of general game knowledge I know about 10, but like there's some wild shit that people do when they start digging into the code and they start finding every like nook and cranny to like min-max something. Like necessity is the mother of invention, and speed runs are necessity, chat. So like when you're doing a speed run, you have to find every possible way you can cut corners, and you shouldn't be like closed-minded about any of that. And that creates some insane strategies. It's hilarious. We can literally vacuum spice off the floor like a Roomba. Yep. Carrier has arrived. We are currently working on it. We started working on it today. I know way too much about Legend of Zelda and Xenoblade. I know a lot about certain Zelda games, but speedrun strategies, no. Like I'd say I'm only like a mid-tier person in that regard. Makes all the recipes more efficient and require less mats? Yes. Great. For instance, the aluminum crafts go from being 30 seconds each to now they're only 10 seconds. They go from being 7 ore each to now they're only 4 ore each. I had to yell at Ash earlier because he tried to turn on 800 aluminum crafts and we had no water. And we have the capacity for about 250,000 milliliters of water. And Ash turned it on. It was like, it's all gone. And I was like, dude, no, we're not crafting that, man. Carrier sounds like a target to me. Absolutely. And this is why we need Earnbrand to come help us. We need your defense. Or better yet, I'll defend you guys if someone wants to drive the sand crawler. Someone's being Al Bed shape? What? 8 days until second NP5 session hits, CAD? Yep. I'm trying to see if I can get a third week off of work because, again, I got my grandmother's funeral this weekend, and my parents are trying to do like all this stuff with me and the family, and I'm like, dude, obviously I got to go to my grandmother's funeral, right? But it's like this other stuff. It's like I don't want to do it. I'm sorry, like I'm on vacation. This is the only time of year I get to do this stuff. Whereas if I get another week off, I won't feel as bad about that. But if I only get these 2 weeks here, I'm just gonna be like, dude. You just NP5ing one more character this year? I'm NP5ing at least one more character this year. I haven't decided on one of the other ones. I hope you don't mind. I'm taking my time to get to the end game in DuneCAD. We can fast track you if you'd like. It's not even so much that. It's more like we just need manpower in the deep desert at this point. Because, like, for instance, part of the reason we've been ganked, part of the reason we've lost stuff is because we simply don't have numbers. Welfare servants are using MP5? Yeah, I wouldn't count that, right? Also, chat, no alt account tonight, because, I mean, I'll probably just do it off stream here, but, like, it's one of those deals where, there's really, like, I'm just going to be advancing through story, and I really just instead need to be grinding the lotto. One that springs to mind is Kenshin. Yeah, Kenshin's definitely on the list. Like I said, there were a couple of roles this year that I I basically didn't do the roll for because of how Cuckoo and Jarcher treated me. Cuckoo on NA, Jarcher on JP. Both of them cost me about 3,000 quartz to get in P5. That's not a good number. Like, that kind of hurt my role plans, and I just said, all right, the game can do that to me. But because the game did that to me, I'm not going to. Like, I'm basically just going to go, like, I'm not going to roll for more, right? I kind of want to try farming Jasmium. Yeah. Only Summer BB has ever been that bad for me, and it was one copy. Unfortunately, I have had many that have been that bad. This is why I tell you, it's like, I feel like there is something that if you're a newer player to the game, if you have existed since the pity system came into the game, you will never know the pain that some people did back in the day. There's something that only an old school FGO whale can like really describe to you, which is the just unending fear of you not getting the unit no matter how much you roll. And I have been to the depths of that a couple of times, and it sucks. It's just not anything I wish on anybody. It's one of the reasons why FGO does have a bad rap within the gacha community, is because over the years we've lost plenty of players due to bad roll results. And unfortunately, like in some of the cases, I'm going to argue it's not justified at all. Like, you'll get somebody that'll get deeply upset over rolling 200 quartz and not getting the unit that they want. But in other cases, you'll have people that, yeah, they rolled 2,000 quartz and they didn't get the unit they want. And it's like, you can't defend that. You understand. And you just know that it's like, it's a bad amount, and they're justified for being pissed, right? So it's one of those deals where, unfortunately, FGO has just kind of been one of these games over the years that, like, everybody just acknowledges the gacha rates aren't that good for, and everyone just knows it is what it is. I've at least made the argument that, at least with FGO's gacha rates, they're pretty transparent. Everything is kind of upfront. There's no sort of like scummy changing rate or anything like that. The rate is what it is, and it is brutally fair. What I mean when I say brutally fair, it's like there's just no monkeying around with it. You're going to get what you're going to get, and you're not going to get what you're not going to get. But yeah, I think it's like, it's unfortunate because it's like you start thinking about that sort of stuff, and it's like, obviously FGO's made a ton of money, but I ask myself, like, where the heck has all that money gone? Like, did Papa Sony just pocket it all and be like, like, we're sitting rich and pretty and there's nothing we need to do? Like, at this point, I picture Papa Sony as Jabba the Hutt, right? And Jabba the Hutt is just sitting there fat and happy because he is just absolutely just like leeching off of every single one of his underlings, which is to say it's probably still a whole lot better than Emperor Palpatine, aka Microsoft, sitting over there like just dominating a lot of stuff and throwing money at every issue and trying to like destroy the world. But I'm gonna say at the end of the day, it's like, it's still not good to be under Jabba the Hutt either. Like, so I kind of look at that and I go like, yeah, man, I really wonder, like, did they just pocket all the money? Are they not going to like reinvest ever? And like, is it all just kind of sunk at that point? And I really hope that at some point they kind of pull their head out of their ass and go like, hey, if we don't do more for our cash cow here, our cash cow will flounder. Our cash cow will not continue being the same cash cow that it once was. I got Summer BB during the Moon Grail Front event, and at the time I was trying to get Emiya Alter, but I got spooked by BB. Hey, sounds good. Was the OG Mao Nobu hurts to this day? Same. Same, unfortunately. Please don't make me have to... Oh, thank God. Just barely by about 3k there. Part of why I went dormant for a few years was a series of bad roll sessions. Yeah, totally understand it. And, you know, NA still is not completely protected. We still don't have the extension of the pity system to subsequent copies that JP has. So, like, we have pity for the first copy. We don't have pity for the second. And that's something where I think a lot of people are like waiting for that. And I do think, look, I've said it before. I'll say it again in case there ever is an Aniplex of America person watching. But the longer you go without implementing the pity coverage for every copy, the less money you are making. Because people are literally just waiting on that before they actually like roll more. People are absolutely, and I see this every day in chat when we talk about rolls, people absolutely go like, hey, you should wait until there is like another banner for another pity. You should wait until we get the that quality of life so that you're covered. And they're not wrong. I think there's a lot of people that are thinking that way at this point in the game, and I think the devs not enacting that early is to their own deficit. I think it just does end up costing them money. And the reason I would argue it costs them money is because over time, naturally the game gains and loses players. And you're unfortunately potentially losing somebody right there that would have potentially spent money and instead chooses to withhold and choose not to. So I don't think that's a good approach for them. I think that's just naturally going to cost them. When is that supposed to come? Annie 9? I think I'd have to look at it. I don't remember when we're supposed to get it, but that was one of the ones where it's like, yeah, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get that early. Because again, I've talked about it before. There's certain quality of life adjustments where to me it makes sense for them to actually do it early, and that is one of them. I think that one actually benefits players and developer in that regard. To them, I think they probably think about it like, oh, it's a sunk cost. That's just money I'm not getting back. Whereas I would take the approach of, yeah, but if you don't implement that, then people just aren't going to roll for that second copy. Andy 9 had it. Thank you. I expect there'll be a lot of people who are going to wait for an MP2 Zerktorian until our next banner. Yeah, I mean, it's easy to say a lot. I think that's maybe what we don't see is we don't see the analytics behind the scene that would prove these statements, right? So it's like they may have analytics that indicate that, like, while there are people that are really vocal about the issue, nobody actually cares. And we just don't know, right? So it may be one of those deals where they look at it and they go like, no, it's absolutely not in our best interest to implement this early. And they may just sit there and say, like, it is what it is. We're going to wait it out for the full 2-year duration until it's supposed to come to NA. New Year's will have pity update. Copium? Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I'm not too upset over not getting early pity. I think, like, not getting early pity systems is what it is. Not getting early quality of life is what it is. Y'all saw. It's like the big thing I'm concerned about at this point is, like, how we're over a year from JP getting account linking and account binding. And JP was the last one. How? How does NA still not have it? Like, how? You know it's an issue. You've done it for every other server. Just do it for NA. Just do it, Forehead. Just do it in my best Shia LaBeouf impression. Like, I don't know what else to say on the issue. It's like the fact that they haven't done it is like, just do it. Just get it done. That's the only thing I can say at this point. The fact that they haven't is just dumb. So it's like, to me, that's not even a quality of life issue. This is just purely a, like I said, it's a going concern. It's something that they need to do because they, like, this is just another avenue that they can lose a player. And this is arguably the worst way to lose a player, right? Losing it from gacha rolls, to some degree that's on you, but to another degree that's like on the temperament of the player. But losing a player due to like account destruction or account like being irretrievable somehow, that's not a good way to lose the player. That's something you could have prevented. And I think when they look at themselves in the mirror, they ask themselves, hey, like, what are we doing wrong for player retention? That has to be like issue number one. But I don't know. Maybe it's not as big of an issue to me or to them as it is to me. 10 Saint Courts for 10th Annie? That's right. What are we, Genshin? That sounds like a Genshin reward. Like, chat, okay, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I would not at all be surprised to get like 1,000 courts. Like via various means, right? Like they'll do a whole bunch of adding and then they'll show a slide at the end of 10th Annie that's like, hey, 1,000 courts total. And like that'll be like their big hype moment, right? I wouldn't be surprised by that. Then nobody can say that like that Annie's worse than some of the others. Everyone will be like happy. It will literally be a free pity at that point. So I could easily see something like that being the thing. I'm not going to guarantee it, but I could easily see it. And yet at the same time, unfortunately, I feel like no matter what else they do, if like the amount of courts they give out isn't like the best ever, people will somehow find a way to shit on this anniversary. They will be like, no, it wasn't good enough. That 700 courts or something you gave us, no, wasn't good enough. Another Annie was better. Yeah. Maybe limited servant ticket. We'll have to see. I won't be surprised if there's a ticket of some sort, right? But I think it's like, this is where I have to go like, okay, I wonder like where the limitations are of their generosity and just how much they want to do. The thing about this is, and I'm dead serious on this one, chat. 10th Annie will return a lot of players to the game. It will. For no other reason than it's going to be a hugely celebrated and advertised thing. Okay, so a lot of players, even if they haven't been actively playing, will come back just to check it out. 10 Blue Rider gems, you're right, that is more of a Genshin reward. So like, I think like that's going to be the big thing. A lot of people are going to come back to see, and I do think you're also going to get the normal Famitsu interview. You're going to get like Nasu's interviews and stuff, kind of talking about like both decisions that he's made and story that's happened over the last year here, because we'll probably get like his dissertation on Ordeal Call 4. But we're also probably going to get some discussion of the future. I do think that is going to be a focus. It's not only a celebration of the past, but I also think you're going to get a look forward at what's next for FGO. I think they're going to do both of these. Because that's what I would do if I were them. It's 10th Annie. It's a big deal. And so I think like it's going to be their chance to make their best case for anyone returning to the game. And I think they're going to try to knock that out of the park. But we'll see. Because like one of the easiest ways you can hook people is obviously giving them free shit. But if you start talking about new hype stuff that you're going to do in the future, that'd be good. I don't think you're going to get revelations of future story. That I don't think will happen. You may get some tease as to like what the upcoming end is, but I don't think they're just gonna sit there and talk shop on like future story. But I won't be at all surprised, like I said, to see them kind of confirming part 3, kind of saying like, and it doesn't have to be direct, right? It could be something indirect, like saying like FGO will still be around for years to come. That sort of thing, I could easily see them doing. Trouble did read an article on the HSR collab. Yeah, somebody sent me that yesterday. I haven't read it myself. Take a quick gander at a chat. Fate author Nasu Kinoko X Homicide Star Rail scenario writer Yaki Tori. The inheritance of humanity, him, and the change of generations of creators. The embodiment of an otaku's fantasy. I find it so funny that the Chinese company is the one that's like kind of piggybacking the term otaku so hard. And I say this because that's like MiHoYo's motto is like tech otakus save the world. Hoping for something special ever since the conversation between David, the producer, and Nasu. So Nasu, I guess, is going to be in Shanghai during Golden Week. Wait. Did they have a different Golden Week in Japan versus China? Like, I obviously know, like, in Japan it's in May, but is it, like, different in China? Yes? Okay. I was gonna say, because, like, otherwise that's really weird. It's like, did this happen in the past? And I don't think so. I would assume, like, if it did, it was recent. But, yeah, it may have been. It didn't happen until May, and they had to, like wait all this time to actually publish it. Because same thing happens with, like, Famitsu. The Famitsu interview is actually done several weeks before because it has to be published. Had our interview on this site last time. I think it'd be best to have it on Hoyoverse's site this time. Was the prior interview on Nasu's site? I don't think it was, but I thought it was the third-party news agency, but okay, yeah. Get to something interesting. Wait, like, okay, I was gonna say, I was like, please tell me that's not. Please read to the end. I was like, dude. Fellow scenario writer Yakitori had serious questions he wanted to ask Nasu, the inheritance of humanity, him, and the generational change of social games. This is a dream conversation, but it also serves as an article that captures a turning point in the times. This is interesting. This may be a translation issue, but the term, instead of a gacha game, as like a social game, interesting idea. And I think, like, that is, honest to God, I will give MiHoYo credit for that, is that, like, one of the things MiHoYo does a whole lot better than FGO is the social aspect. Both in terms of, in general, like if you look at Genshin, the ability to, like, party up and do stuff with other people, but also in terms of, like, they're just actual promotion and marketing campaigns are way more robust, at least globally, than anything Type Moon does. Meet Nasu Sensei face to face. I've been gradually connecting with Type Moon even before that. Interesting. Is this like their actual first collab? Like where they've done something in game? That's wild if that's the case, because Star Rail's been out for like what, 2 years now? There's a 3 years. I don't even remember. Yep, first collab. That's wild. I thought that Fate Stay Night would be a great match for Honkai Star Rail in terms of visuals. Of course you did, because it's based off of Fate. It's like the worst kept secret imaginable that Honkai Star Rail is MiHoYo looking at FGO, realizing that they didn't kill it off with Genshin, and going, fine, we're going to do your exact game. Just in 3D. And with slightly different mechanics. Recreate the worldview of Fate Stay Night to a certain extent within the game. So you yourself are a big fan, Yakitori-san. It's weird, at least from what he was saying earlier, it sounded like he was more new to the series, but I guess it was more like he was slowly encountering them from a professional sense. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like that company that's trying to take over the world by constantly ripping off other game ideas, ripped off FGO. I'm sorry, chat. Like, if I sound salty about this, this is something that's a little bit of a sore point for me, is that Star Rail absolutely is an FGO ripoff in a lot of ways, and people have for years already tried to pretend like it's not. And like, at this point, I'm just like, it's so fucking on the nose that it just makes me laugh. It makes me sit here and go like, yeah, of course it is. Like, it's so easy to point out not just gameplay, but also lore. Cat, are you saying Star Rail's Temu Fate? Gameplay wise? Yeah. Like, visuals, no. Gameplay wise, yes. I submitted the proposal and received a delightful response from Type Moon. Yeah, I think for what it is, like it's something that it's like, oh yeah, I can get upset about this, but I think like the Japanese have so much class when it comes to collaborating in a lot of ways that they're just like, they're naturally pretty gracious about just about everything. Whereas like, if this were me, if I were Type Moon, I would tell him to go fly a kite. But I get it. It's like, it's a good opportunity for them. I've been playing Hoyo versus games since Genshin Impact. That's interesting, Nasu. Why haven't we maybe seen some better changes then due to that? I was honestly very scared. It's already well known that Hoyo versus development capabilities are among the best in the industry. I would debate this, but sure. If they were to create a turn-based RPG, it would be something amazing. be honest, I thought, oh, I wish I could do this with my own characters, dude. I'm sorry, as a Fate fan, reading this just hurts. You're watching like Nasu basically like don't get me wrong, to a degree, this is just him schmoozing, right? But you're basically watching him just open up and just admit that like, oh, I was afraid because I thought they would do it better than us. I hate to say it to you, chat, that is a problem. If Nasu actually does think that way, I like Nasu as a writer, but Nasu should not be in charge of the game. Because what this instead should have done is this should have lit a fire under Nasu's ass. This should have made Nasu want to improve. This should have raised his competitive and creative spirit. It should not have made him go, damn, bro, I'm afraid. Like, you should have started firing on all cylinders to try to make FGO the best damn game that he could. Maybe he did behind the scenes. We don't really know. But like I said, it's like I almost can't take this entire paragraph at face value just because of that. Because then at that point, I just have to assume that Nasu's just a scared little bitch. Like, this is like Stan Lee speaking about how he loves modern DC if he was alive to see the horrible state of the modern MCU. Yeah, and it's like, I get it. To a degree, it's like, it's just him being like, hey, look, yeah, they're a competitor to us, but they make really good stuff. That's fine. But it's like, holy crap, man, just do better. That's basically all we ask. However, FGO is currently in its busiest period, and we understood that it's not realistic to move our characters at this level in the current development environment in Japan. What does this even mean? Like, I'm sorry, but this is such a bullshit thing. Like, give us... Nasu, if you can't do the job, go approach Aniplex, go approach Sony, and tell them you need more money. You need more manpower. Because this is stupid. Like, this is just him basically coping and saying we can't do it. Like, we all shared almost the same interest as the otakus. That made me really happy. So, and it's like, oh, we can't do it. We're too busy. Meanwhile, I went and worked on another game. Like, again, that is basically what actually aggravates me about a lot of this stuff, is it's like, it's seeming like Nasu and Takeuchi were directly involved. So chat, if at any point over the last year you have felt like FGO was dead game or boring or slow, you can literally turn to this and blame it, unfortunately. And it's like, that's not good, right? That's not something that we should be able to like point and say. This is one of the things why it's a problem sometimes when developers give interviews like this, especially for someone like Nasu that does not talk regularly with the public. So it's like, getting this inside info is like, dude, no, you're providing context that at this point is really bad. And it's probably me taking too much out of it. Again, I should probably take a lot of this with a grain of salt because it's like machine translated. But holy shit, dude. Have insane content churning capabilities? I don't give a shit. I don't give a rat's ass what their content churning capability is. I don't care about that side of the spectrum, Strom. I care only about FGO. And Nasu sitting here being like, man, we can't do that, but then I went off and worked on another game is like a kick in the fucking nuts. Saber and Archer is implemented characters, and Lancer is an NPC who will appear in the story. However, these characters selected went more smoothly than you might expect. Lancer's absence was certainly a pity. So they kind of had to come out and acknowledge this because I don't know if chat knows, but Lancer's inclusion was leaked. Ah, yes, for the 3 classes that appear in the Fate series. I'm just going to chalk that up to translation. It would be no fun if this collaboration ended up just in a fictional world. Okay, that's a... it is a fictional world, but like, I guess they mean like if it was not like a permanent thing, like a temporary thing. Like basically they're so they have the simulated universe concept in HSR, and it's like it is literally a simulation compared to the normal stuff. And I don't know if that's like how they do some of their events. That, again, like I said, I didn't stick around long enough for that. Both Nasu and Takeuchi help supervise the collab. Yeah, like I said, that just makes me angrier. Like, I get that they have to supervise to some extent, right? But like, the more I find out that Nasu and Takeuchi worked on this when they should have been working more on FGO, it's like, if we ever find out that something didn't go according to plan because they spent time working on something else, I don't think I'll forgive them for it. I will always hold that to them. It's not in a simulated world. It's all a dream. Sure, okay. Advice and words of encouragement from everyone at Type Moon. See, to me, I'm like, bro, don't make them better. And in a weird way, like I've said this before too, chat. Honest to God, I could easily see this being like one of the best things that's ever happened to HSR. And I could also similarly see that after this collab comes and goes, that HSR just kind of is a dud. Okay, so it doesn't sound like, at least from this, it doesn't sound like he did much. It looks like, assuming we could take the word received at face value, and that is a big assumption. But it sounds to me like instead their writers wrote the story and he merely okayed it. So if that's the case, I feel better. It's like, if he was actually like, hey, I'm gonna like work with them constantly, that would have just pissed me the fuck off. But if it's more like they did all the work and he just kind of okayed it, yeah, I don't have an issue. As a collaboration, they didn't take the easy route. They took the more difficult and interesting direction. Yeah, I mean, it's obvious why Nasu, and this is interesting because I think he's giving them props for something that, of course, they're going to do. Honkai Star Rail, like I said, to me, I think Genshin looked at the success of FGO. They thought that Genshin was going to kill FGO off, and then it didn't. And they were like, huh, that's weird. Why didn't it? And then they realized that there were flaws with Genshin's design. That is to say that some people preferred a much more like passive and like turn-based playstyle to an always-on action style that Genshin is. And I think in looking at that, they realized that there was desire there for a type of game, and that's what they did. And that's where I think a lot of the like design concepts getting lifted from FGO came from. But at the same time, I look at this and it's like, imagine you're in Honkai Star Rail shoes right now. You're trying to keep your game alive. You literally have people that are like screaming about power creep and issues within the game. I've heard various points of like, oh, the story's really good. Oh, the story's really bad. So I think it's like it's all over the place for them at this point, and they're kind of just like flying by the seat of their pants a little bit. Of course, they want FGO to be a permanent fixture within their game rather than some temporary bullshit in the simulated universe. Why? It just serves them better. One, they get to piggyback off the popularity of Fate and FGO. And two, it acts as a stabilizing force for their game in a time in which, frankly speaking, they seem to be in at least a little bit of hot water. So to me, I think when I look at this, it's like, yeah, of course they made this decision. If they made any other decision, it was tantamount to suicide. Like, yeah, of course they're going to take this route. So it's like he's going to praise them for taking the more difficult route, but it's like they had to take the more difficult direction. Anything else wouldn't have done it credit and probably wouldn't have gotten the okay from Nasu in the end. The staff is not creating something that will generate buzz of sales, but it's creating something they feel is interesting. I'm sorry. After every single comment that I've ever seen any sort of MiHoYo developer make, I cannot take this statement at face value. This last part is a complete and total fabrication and lie. It's not that they're not going to create something that isn't interesting. It's that this is always the number one rule and the number one guiding force of every decision that MiHoYo makes. And it is quite literally the only reason that they are collaborating with the Fate IP. It is this. This right here is the sole reason. Everything else is an afterthought to this. And it's fucking hilarious that he has to come out and drop that line. Honkai Impact Third, that's got to be a translation thing. We were conscious of not disappointing users who have become interested in this collaboration. In other words, we don't want to disappoint anybody that's trying out HSR for this collab, which is the other reason they had to actually like put effort in. If they want to retain any new player they get off of this, they have to actually do a good job. We tried to recreate some famous scenes from Fate Stay Night as a joke, but say any more would be spoilers. Okay. It's literally just going to be the normal like oh, Artoria fighting Ku and like her dodging his spear and stuff. Like I can easily see that. Nasu Sensei also gave us advice and supervision. Based off what Nasu said earlier, I'm not sure that this is that big of a deal. It's more like they did the work, he just okayed what they did and gave them pointers if he didn't think that it was up to his bar, right? No, it's really just small things like I wish you'd change the tone here a bit. Yeah. Arturia is treated differently depending on whether it's after Stay Night or after FGO. Interesting idea here. In this collaboration, it was originally written as being after FGO, so I strongly told them if it's after it. Okay, the translation here is god awful. I'd have to ask Trubs what was actually said here. But like, I've heard people already try to make the claim of like this means that it's like a different Arturia. There's different people here, and I'm like, I think you guys are probably reading too much into it. This is just Nasu saying, hey, there's alternate timelines and stuff like that. We also think that it's very difficult to decide how much freedom we can allow for development in another IP while continuing to create one IP called the Honkai series. Yeah, and the reason why is because, one, a lot of your ideas and characters are already derivative of Fate, and if you allow Fate to come in, this is a problem they actually have, by the way, chat. If you allow Fate to come in, not only will those sort of analogies and similarities become apparent, you will also run the risk of your IP getting completely usurped and taken over by the much more powerful and original concept. Like I said, and this is to me the thing that they're maybe overlooking, is that by bringing Fate in, it's entirely possible that this collaboration is the best thing that HSR has ever done for itself, which is not a good thing. And it, like, if you're an HSR fan and not a Fate fan, like if you're like the reverse of me here, right? Like that is something that should scare you. That's something where you should be like, wait, fuck, like, because it may be the case that this sort of just ends up outshining it in that. I think the biggest factor is us being able to complete this collaboration was that we were able to create it without too many restrictions, which is kind of wild, and with the help of advice and encouragement. Thank you again. So there was almost nothing to fix. See, this is good to hear. One, because it sounds like actually they did a good job, but two, because it sounds like Nasu didn't have to waste too much time with this. I learned a lot in every aspect. See, it's really weird because you have Nasu on one hand being like, nah, man, there was almost nothing to fix. I didn't do much. And then on the other hand, you're like, bro, I learned so much. So it's like one of these two is lying. Exchange views and how we perceive things. Yeah. Our year of collaboration? What the fuck? You know, maybe that's the entire reason that the collab took so long to come out, is that Nasu stalled them too. Maybe they needed approval from Nasu, and Nasu was just too damn busy and couldn't get around to giving them approval, and it stalled it for too long. Provided tremendous assistance in supervising the scenario and creating the original artwork for this collaboration. Serious questions. Okay, I would like to ask Professor Nasu a few questions. Works including Fate and Tsukihime and Mahou Tsukai no Yoru, a very expansive worldview. However, the development of the IP, such as FGO and Fate Strange Fake, the newly added settings, seem to be becoming more and more complicated. Yeah, that's a good fucking point, my dude. When sorting through a large amount of settings, maintaining consistency and elevating them into plot twists for later, is there any know-how or thing to keep in mind? This may be hindsight, but in my case, I decide on a theme for the year every 10 years. It's a hidden agenda of, I want to write this in the next 10 years. For example, when I was writing Mahoutsukai no Yoru, I decided to write about consumer civilization. That was the theme of the 10 years from 2000 to 2010. And from 11 to present, FGO, I decided the theme of how do we take responsibility after consumption. Yeah? And what's the... Nasu, what's the theme post 2020, Nasu? Come on. Let us know. After deciding on the theme, we just keep updating the legendary feeling. Sometimes we change the basics, but we basically stay with the old style and update it to match the morality, sense of justice, and aesthetics at the time. Our rivals are coming up with more and more interesting ideas, so we want to keep up with them and update ours to make it more appealing to users. Yes, please do that. This is actually a good thing to read. And I'm dead serious, chat. Like, I'm not like memeing you guys. Like all of my anger at the first part of this interview and some of the stupid statements that were getting made, this shows exactly what I was talking about and hoping to see, that like inside Nasu, there is this drive to do better and drive to like outshine his competitors. That is important to see. It might not seem it, but it is, because this is what actually will make Nasu successful. It's what has made him successful. So it's like, that's what I was saying. It's like if Nasu actually believed what he was saying there, Nasu just may as well have rolled over and died at that point and given up and just let them like take him to town. But on this, no, you see, it's like, yes, this actually just is making him want to like try harder and do more. So I suspect the early part of that, of him saying that, was just fluff. It's him being like, oh yeah, man, they're so good. Like, I love all their stuff. Like, man, I was kind of worried. Like, they do such a good job. In the same way that, like, if you guys remember, you had, and a very similar scenario, by the way, chat. You had a scenario where you basically had, what's his face? Near Automata, near series chat. Yoko Taro. You had Yoko Taro that was like sitting there like heaping praises upon like Stellar Blade and God, what's their name? Shift Up for making it. But then in reality, it's like when Stellar Blade first came out, don't take this the wrong way, chat, but it was kind of a dud. Like a lot didn't happen after it came out, and it kind of just faded out of obscurity. And everyone just looked at that and said, Yoko Taro's a fucking genius. Because he basically got somebody to make this spoof-off game, and all it did was make him more popular. Now Stellar Blade has finally come to PC, and now it's finally working for them. But before that point, to me, it really seemed like instead it was just Yoko Taro got like the absolute better end of that deal. So I can easily see another scenario here where this is basically like, oh yeah, we're going to get Fate to come in here, and we're basically going to have it end up outshining like everything else that currently exists in the game, because they actually like really wanted to do it justice and tried their hardest for it. Because then, unfortunately, you're going to get this comparison of like, oh, you have the Fate collab and its story and how well maybe it's done, and then other content that they've put in the game, and people are going to compare those two and be like, wait, what the fuck? Why is this so much better? So it makes you wonder if that's going to be a similar scenario at this point in time. Rasengan! Chat, we're a special move from Naruto now. Gonna write about this theme for the next 10 years. Everyone's values will have completely changed in 10 years. He's not wrong. I think like every decade, the world just shifts. And it's not like it's like someone flips the switch and it changes. It's over 10 years. attitudes change, situations develop, and it causes a change in the world. If you don't replace it with something new after 10 years, it will become a monster that keeps repeating the same thing. Yes, Nasu, it will become a monster. Chat, why am I getting some like veiled hints at a 10-year anniversary for FGO here? Like, I'm dead serious. I kind of want to know the actual literal translation of this, because I think Nasu is being typical Nasu and being a coy, smug little mofo here and like dropping hints. Also, you'll get bored after 10 years. Chat. Like, it's as on the nose as you can get with that, right? What people consider beautiful varies from person to person, and I'm sure it's something that's vague among many people. When I was younger, I sought beauty in appearance and beauty in structure. But since 2015, which is FGO, by the way, chat, I've come to feel that people who are trying to do something impossible, like living beyond the boundaries of potential energy, are beautiful. For example, fish flying in the sky. I think this is a little different from aesthetics. I think the aesthetics of the otaku industry itself are becoming increasingly high quality, and that is becoming more commonplace. I think it's moving away from the craftsmanship of we just need to perfect our craftsmanship and towards the teamwork of let's create something better with the help of more people. Yes, Nasu, it is. Please get more people. I think this is when I look at the anime industry, but I think that the great animators and animators of the past were one of a kind and didn't interact with anyone else. Today's talented young directors and key animators are all friends with each other. I'm great, but he's great too. So if we team up, we can do even more amazing things. This is not wrong. And this is why, like, to a degree, the collab is just not bad, right, chat? In general, collaboration is a good thing. It actually breeds creativity. It helps people come up with ideas, and it makes everybody usually better for it. But kind of awareness is on full display in the film Fate Grand Order of the Divine Realm of the Round Table, Camelot Part 2, Paladin Argat Lam. Although each of them is a different storyboard artist, they brought together a brilliant array of talent to create something that we had never seen before. When I saw it, I realized we've entered the age of teamwork, and we've entered the age of geniuses teaming up. How does the scenario team proceed with collaborative work? There's any special writing methods or policies, I'd like to know. See, this is really hilarious because FGO only ever collabs within itself, right? So it's like you'll bring in an outside writer, but it's always like somebody he knows. FGO was the first time I worked with multiple writers in production, so I created the main idea and blueprint of a blueprint that explained how the game would unfold. In the first part of FGO, from Chapter 1 to Part 7, important events in the history of humanity are resolved. If I were to write this alone, I would not be able to finish it. I would probably run out of energy by the time I got to North America or the UK. So I asked another writer, but by the way, we never got to Britain properly. Oh, no, okay, unless he's meaning London. So he's meaning Singularity 5 or 4. I was sitting here thinking, it's like, is he referring to Camelot? And I was like, Camelot wasn't set in the UK, but yeah, I think that's London. So I asked another writer to help me out there. However, I did tell them, don't be a guest writer, write a serious story and cover events from each era. Plot points, if I'll do this in this chapter, are created as a blueprint. So long as the writer respects the plot points, they can write whatever they want. And this is something I've been telling people for a long time. Nasu has that blueprint. He has that schedule, that structure that everything has to fall into. But as long as they stay within the bounds of that, you can see they can write whatever they want. Even if they lose their way, they could just fix the beginning and the end. So for the first part, I spent a year making major changes to the introductions and endings of the chapters that each writer had been in charge of in order to give the game a sense of unity. After that, the writers realized, oh, Nasu-san, you're going to fix it up to this extent, so I didn't need to supervise them much after that. However, this was only possible because the writers on the team knew the world of Fate, and I don't think it would have been possible if they hadn't known Fate at all. In that sense, I'm not sure I can answer Yakitori's question well. I'm sorry. In other words, what he's trying to say is that it's difficult because he had the benefit of having an already existing popular IP, and that will not help Honkai Star Rail, which is trying to be its own original IP. So in other words, he can't rely on finding other collaborators that are super in depth and in tune with Honkai, because Honkai's rules are literally being made up on the fly as is. So it makes sense there. It was also produced in the participation of several other scenario writers in addition to Yakitori-san. How was the team formed and the scenarios written? Oh, so this is the interviewer throwing it back at Yakitori, like saying like, hey, how did you guys handle it when you had the collaboration of several writers? That's certainly something to be concerned about. The basic premise of Honkai Star Rail is that there's a system where an update is made once every 42 days. So we start creating the scenario with that in mind, especially when creating a large scenario like the main story. We start team production at a fairly early stage. Someone more familiar with Honkai Star Rail, can you tell me, is this them referring to like story? Is story that like, oh, every 42 days in story something happens? Or is this them saying that like, yeah, from a developer standpoint, we have to update the game every 42 days? 6 weeks per patch. Okay. I rest my case on that earlier statement about profitability and buzz. Chat. They're not designing the game in a way to tell a good story. They're designing the game with live service first in mind. They're saying, we have to stick to this schedule no matter what. And that does lead to some problems. If you can never extend things, if you have no flexibility, if you're rigid as to how that works, you're going to get some good things, but you're also going to get some bad things. Okay, we start team production at a fairly early stage. For example, we were making Honkai Impact the Third. The story took 6 months to a year to develop. It would be created by 5 or 6 writers. For Honkai Impact Star Rail, the content is even more expansive, and there are many tasks that need to be done simultaneously. So the main story team will be 8 or 9 people. The team is structured around one writer who will be the general director in charge of the story roadmap and important events, and under him are the writers in charge of the core of each chapter. They're like chapter leaders. Okay, so structurally they're being like, okay, you're in charge of chapter 1, you're in charge of chapter 2, which to be fair, I think this is pretty similar to FGO. I actually don't think this is that crazy. Okay, chapter leaders handle not only simple lighting, but they also play an important role in supervising various production processes such as character and background design and quest progression, organization, and animation direction production. That's kind of wild, but the idea behind this is that this is a project lead, chat. So the chapter leader is basically, actually, no, this is interesting. Around the one writer who will be the general director. I don't like this. This is bad. Having a project lead's no issue whatsoever, but if the project lead is actually specifically a writer and has to handle other things like this, yes, obviously the other people are working on this, but it's like, just because the person's a good writer does not necessarily make them somebody that's good at like being able to spot issues with animation, right? If that makes any sense. So it's like, that's at least somewhat of a concern, but it may be the case that they just kind of let the individual like section heads do their thing, and unless there's like an issue with the overall vision, they don't interfere. And if that's the case, that's smart of them, because that's how I would operate. But I think doing that also, by the way, chat's totally not a ripoff of FGO, right? Welcome to Timu Gill. I haven't heard much about the chapter leader thing. It seems like a unique formation for Star Rail. I don't really think it's that unique, actually. Like I said, I think most people would divvy it up by chapter and hand out tasks accordingly. Huge amount of story content. When it comes to long stories, we divide them into first and second part, or a trilogy. And writers are in charge of the core of each chapter. In other words, it's structured like a 3-tiered structure with a general director, chapter leader, and scenario writer. Jack, can someone tell me, like, how does the main story for HSR go? Is it like basically that you are going to sit there and have, like, again, like they're talking about like a trilogy? Because like in FGO, obviously we have our parts. We have like part 1, and part 1 is 7 chapters. We have part 2, and part 2 is also 7 chapters. We technically have like in between stuff. So we have like EOR here, and EOR is 4 chapters. We have Ordeal Call, and Ordeal Call is 4 chapters. So like obviously there's like a cadence here and a structure to it. But I guess like what I'm asking is like, what is the general flow? 8 patches. Is each patch a like story update? This approach is still in its infancy, and as the team gains more experience and our skills improve, we will continue to iterate and refine it. I'm not sure if this translation is just wrong or this is just a bad idea, but like I wouldn't say it's in its infancy. This is a tried and tested way of doing things. Eight mini parts to make a whole story. Okay. And when you say a whole story, is it like, are we talking about like part 1, or are we talking about like 8 mini parts to make like literally like one singularity, like one chapter? Are they able to unify their thoughts and communicate without any problems? Also, I like the entire Honkai series. So this implies either the presence of a future Honkai game, or they are still just trying to do damage control on HI3. We are really conscious of stable team composition within the company. This is interesting because reading between the lines, I can tell you exactly what this means, chat. They have employee turnover issues, which implies burnout or not good working conditions. So if they're really conscious of having that, it means they're really trying to keep teams together. They're not trying to break them up. They're not trying to have turnover and churn. Which is a good idea, but it tells me it's like this is a problem that has happened. One chapter, one singularity. Okay. So like, wow. So it's like 8 patches to release one singularity? That's kind of wild. Do they immediately start on like the next chapter? For a Honkai game that's Pokemon-like, but we have seen nothing more from it. Yeah. Story isn't a lot each patch, yeah. Multiple teams working on different chapters, I think. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's exactly what this is saying, so. We're a team, but we want to work as if we're individual people. I think we can keep the pace like that. The work will progress more smoothly. I assume a little bit of a translation issue there because that's kind of an odd idea. Yeah, I think it's more like the individuality is what he's trying to say. Okay, I think each writer's individuality and authorship is important when creating a scenario, but when putting together a team, how do you ensure each writer's individuality is reflected? First of all, a result-oriented attitude is extremely important. I don't know how to point it out any more obviously than this, chat. Like, obviously you want results, but like, again, their messaging is like, hey, what matters here is the like 42-day schedule, the production of results. Like, your creativity isn't necessarily what matters. Your individuality is not what matters. It's get the work done. Which, like I said, to be fair, I'm sure it's also this way to an extent within like Type Moon and Lasengle, right? It's just like, God, seeing it so bluntly on the nose is kind of wild. Stories and characters commercially and topically stressful. Were they loved by users? Was there a smooth collaboration with other departments? Based off these points, all writers need to reflect and review their own work. This allows both the team and individuals to grow. Yeah, okay. So it's like, hey, yeah, they're going to go back and they're going to review their stuff. At the same time, the soil from which the stories that touch people's hearts are born. This is creative language here. You can tell he's a writer. Are born still lies within the creators themselves. There's the process in which their own way of perceiving the world gradually takes shape. But I also feel like this is kind of a canned line. He says a lot. And to make the most of each member's creative talent, a common goal is essential. In other words, if we start from different points, as long as we are part of the same team, we have the same goal to aim for. Yeah, I mean, I get that. They're trying to say it's like, yeah, we all have to work together on the same project. I think his point is that like, oh, we're all individuals that are part of a team, and I'm like, yes, I get that, but if you don't give an individual freedom of choice, then there is no real actual individuality. It's just what they bring to the collective. To convey positive values and to face life with courage. If these themes are firmly established, even if each writer's way of thinking and expression differs, there'll be no deviations in terms of where the story will land. Yeah, so this is really interesting because you could argue that Fate is also this, like to a large degree, right? Common understanding: each person must fulfill their own role. Then at the end, bring together the results of each other and polish each other. There you go. In this way, we can make the most of each writer's individuality and strengths while minimizing losses and friction caused by clashes. However, since the members of my team are basically good people, there are almost no serious conflicts over things like values or personal conscience. Honestly, and there shouldn't be, as long as you're not like getting into like politics, right? Like, there are simple things like, hey, don't kill another human being. Hey, treat others with respect. Like, that sort of stuff really shouldn't be like up for debate. That is the idea and the distillation of morals and ethics that a lot of stories used to tell. The issue with a lot of modern stories is trying to tie in a lot of modern things to those stories and then trying to tell people how to think about it rather than trying to teach more timeless and like natural expressions of humanity. You're instead trying to teach something that's avant-garde and edgy. And that is, I think, where a lot of like modern storytelling runs into problems. Now, if you're trying to make a game that appeals to the masses, you absolutely shouldn't do the avant-garde and edgy thing. You should be going for the more timeless and valued perspectives on stuff. So that is a good perspective for them to have. And Nasu's chiming in here. Each writer has their own aesthetics and areas of expertise. In the end, they're all different people. But if they each respect each other as human beings, then teamwork will be established. Although FGO is small in scale, we create scenarios in the same way that Yakitori-san just mentioned. I think he's just meaning small in terms of like the company compared to the size of MiHoYo. But also like this, like I said, to me, this is a hot button issue at this point. It's like Lasengle seemingly doesn't have the manpower to do stuff, and it's becoming an increasing concern. Friends that will go through hell together. FGO reference chat. Someone has your back at all times, yada, yada, yada. I don't really care about any of this. This is why I'm kind of skimming this chat. It's important to work together while acknowledging each other's expertise and respecting each other's individuality. While the Fate series is based on unrealistic fantasy elements such as magic and souls, I think that the setting of the Atlas Academy, the Holy Grail War on the Moon, and even the design of Singularities and Lost Worlds in FGO feature innovative science fiction elements. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Nasu, what you think about the fusion of fantasy and science fiction. Maybe there are two types of fantasy. Oh no! This man about to mention Lord of the Rings. This is about to be gold here. Okay, so like Lord of the Rings, which seems to talk about dreams and hopes, but is actually based off fables or shadowy fantasy that is thoroughly based on reality. And fantasy that expresses wishes, such as I wish I could do this, or it would be fun if this happened. I think I think there are two types of fantasy. So what I'm making is the latter. It would be nice if something like this existed, is ultimately a development of technology. So you say it's somehow worked thanks to some mysterious power. It's just mysterious and not interesting. To make it interesting, I think it's absolutely necessary to have a science fiction mindset that makes people living today think, I see, maybe that's possible. Kind of like I see where he's going with this. I don't wholly agree with it. Okay. And the reason why is because, chat, does anyone actually think they're going to find an omnipotent wish granting cup? It's like there's nothing science fiction about that. But again, like he is right in the sense that it's like, yes, that is where he's basing it. He's not Lord of the Rings deals way more on like, again, the concept of hope and fear and all of that, and like how it matters and how you have to stay the course. It is something that does relate to real life. It's fantasy that's grounded with realism, okay? Versus something that's complete fantasy that is like fantastical in nature. It is, like what if type scenarios more so than anything that could be grounded in reality. And he's choosing to take fantasy and ground it with science fiction. There's nothing wrong with that. Science fiction is a form of fantasy to a degree. So it's like, it's A-okay. But I look at something like that and I go like, that's interesting that he thinks this way. Because obviously I can see it in FGO, and obviously I think he's right about certain parts of it. I just don't think that it's absolutely necessary. And that's where I disagree with him, because I think there's many types of fantasy and you don't have to ground it in science fiction. But again, this is quibbling over word choice, and word choice here when we're machine translating from Japanese is probably not the best, right? So if you want to create interesting fantasy, you have to include science fiction elements. If you don't include them, it will just be a fable, as I said earlier. If I were to do a fable, I would do it more seriously. Well, I think it would move away from entertainment. So what he's, I think, trying to say here is that if he had to do a fable, he would take it seriously, and it would go less from like some entertainment thing to more of like maybe like grim dark, something that's more like serious in tone and like desperate. Which, to be fair, you can already see that because he literally does that kind of with like the Sakura route to a degree. But rather than a fusion of science fiction and fantasy, it's more of a matter of combining interesting things with interesting things. Okay, Nasu does get it. So like I said, this is where it's like, I looked at this, I was like, I don't agree with this. And the reason I don't agree with this is because it's a translation issue, chat. Because this reveals that it's like, yes, hey, by the way, this is how it actually works. So I've once heard it described this way, and I forget who the author was that said it, but like, absolutely true. The way to make interesting fantasy, interesting fiction, okay, chat, particularly science fiction or, like medieval fantasy or just, again, high fantasy, anything like that. You want to make it interesting, you make it applicable to real life. You make it similar in nature, but then you take one key aspect of that world and you twist it. And if you twist it, then so much of the world changes, but it's also relatable. It's still something that a player can kind of get into, or again, I said player, reader can get into and like actually absorb, but still feel like they're on some sort of fantastical journey, but also at the same time that they can empathize with it, that they can understand how things work in this world and how things go and why these characters are feeling this way. Was it Sanderson? It might be Sanderson. But yeah, it's like, it's absolutely true. I do believe in that. It's like, it doesn't have to be just one thing that you twist. But the idea there is that the closer you are to reality with your fiction, the more it actually does make the reader be able to step into it because they can relate to it. Whereas the weirder you go, the more zany and out there, the harder it is for any one person to relate to. I also like mystery more than fantasy, so I tend to run into logic. And yes, this is true. 100% you can tell that Nasu not only likes mysteries, he likes detective thrillers because he bases so much of his prose in logic. And that is something that is like indicative of detective novels and everything like that. So I think when you look at this, it's pretty clear that that is his unique spin on it. And it's good. It's one of the reasons I really like Nasu because I'm somebody as well that likes a good detective thriller. So I have a habit of making the science fiction color stronger. I could really understand why Nasu Sensei places importance on deduction and mystery in his works. I also love detective novels and mystery works like Danganronpa. I think The Servant's True Name is a very good setting in the Fate series. It cleverly hides the background of each character, future developments, and story possibilities while maintaining a strong sense of suspense and can be revealed all at once at the climax. This greatly enhances the tension and sharpness of the story. Yes. Okay, chat. This is now my man. Yakitori, I like you. And I like you for one reason. You just threw back at Nasu the thing that he's been fucking ignoring about his stories in FGO now for a long time. This is great. Because this will make Nasu think about that statement, and this will make him put it back into his story again. So that's good. That man just did us a solid. They are going to bring back the best the best part of like the Fate series, which is, I agree with this. It's the Servant True Name reveal is one of the coolest things in Fate, and Nasu has just been forgetting about it, it feels like, for a long time. So it's nice to see someone mention this right in front of Nasu, because this is going to get his wheels turning and make him realize, yeah, people do like that. Yeah, that is a mystery element. Yeah, that is why I used to put it in my stories. Funny, they just did that with HSR story in 3.4. Yeah, like I said, to me, look, it is what it is. As long as HSR is acknowledging the fact that they are a Fate ripoff, I'm way less offended by it. It's the fact that they tried to hide it at release and people tried to gaslight everybody into thinking this wasn't the case. It absolutely was. If you're familiar, the more familiar you are with Fate lore, the more you realize just how similar it was, right? So it's one of those deals where it's like, yeah, I don't mind as long as they're openly acknowledging it. I think humans have a longing for the unknown, whether it's the worldview or the development of the story. Both are the ways of creating this unknown. It's extremely important that the receiver maintains a constant curiosity about the unknown throughout the experience. Yes, I do agree with this. I think if you read any good story, you get something dangled in front of you, and you're not sure what it is, but you want to see it. You want to find out about it. You want to like if it's a location, you want to go to it. If it's a concept, you want to explore it. If it's a character, you want to find them. Like if you don't have the unknown, you don't have a story. That's true. Things you've never seen before are always interesting. Yep, it's the concept of exploration and adventure. In traditional occult and fantasy, when expressing magic, I think the greatness of things like magic is something sometimes explained by a magical approach that involves steps and rituals. However, Nasu's work analyzes the structure of magic and the way it expresses and conveys greatness. It is more science fiction-like. And yes, this is true. In Type Moon Works, we literally get an expression of magic that is scientific. It's broken down. It's as if somebody has studied this fantastical thing that otherwise probably shouldn't be explained. In fact, in a weird way, it's like it's okay because it was that way from the beginning in Fate. Whereas if you look at something like, say, Star Wars, in Star Wars you have the more like fable-like version of a like concept here with the Force, which is that it is space magic. There is no explanation for it. How is it possible? Don't know. Through it, all things are possible, right? And so that gets people's wheels turning, and it's like, it's this cool unknown concept. Where's the problem with that? There is no problem with it. The problem is then later on in the prequels, they tried to explain it via science fiction, and that's where they fucked up. So that's why so many people got angry with this idea of like metachlorians and you having like a power level to your shit. Nobody liked that. Everybody liked this idea that it was this weird esoteric force that worked behind the scenes and worked through you. And, you know, you were always subject to the will of the force rather than the force being something you manipulate like a superpower, right? So it's one of those interesting concepts that I think like they screwed up, but that's because originally it was told from an unknown perspective rather than in Nasu's works where it's always told from a scientific perspective. It's something because old fantasy had sorcery and animism, that is nature worship and fear of nature were really realistic. Even if it was impossible, it was recognized as a development of that and was very interesting to read, but that's no longer the case. Even if it was impossible, it was recognized as the development of that and interesting to read, but that's no longer the case. He's saying it's no longer interesting to read? Gotta be a translation issue. To be honest, I don't really get it when people talk about magic or the action and reaction of nature or the power of retribution. Rather, I think it's probably more frightening and interesting to see systems and technologies that humans will someday realize being used in advance. That's all. Are there multiple? There's multiple. Oh no. Oh no, how long is this? I could have spent an entire fucking stream on this chat. We'll probably end it here and I'll read the next page like tomorrow. But like, what the heck? Like just to briefly mention this, I think this is more of a reading into Nasu's mind because Nasu is somebody that's highly logical and likes detective novels and stuff. Nasu seeks the ability to explain everything. So this is why he doesn't understand the concept of magic in that regard. That, like, to him, this idea would mean that something is unexplainable and that makes no sense. So he's always going to find the ability to try to explain it in his stories. So this is why he can't maybe understand the reverse way of doing things, that Star Wars way. And why he doesn't do it is because he himself always will try to apply logic to something. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, that's an interesting little glimpse into Nasu's mind that's just how he is. So you can never expect to necessarily get a esoteric story. There will always be an explanation. Always. In the end. It doesn't mean he'll explain everything, but it means like that key concept, like how did that just happen, will get explained. Nasu followers the path of erudition, yes. Hope you watch the event story on YouTube and give your thoughts when it comes out. Yeah, it's definitely something I can do. Especially if somebody can find me a good link to it eventually. But yeah, okay, chat, we're going to end it here. This has gone on long enough. Let me see who all's on. If anyone. Okay, chat. Let me raid this person. They are an English streamer. They're in FGO. I haven't passed it forward in a hot second, so we're going to go raid Platinum. But again, I should be back tomorrow. We'll continue with this. It's an interesting idea. And yeah, if you're curious to hear what I have to say about the rest of the interview, let's wait until tomorrow. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys for all the love and support. You guys know I appreciate you. I will see you guys for the next one. Go get a good night's sleep and see y'all tomorrow.